Chapter 3507. It's Long Chen versus the Demon Ox Divine Ancestor, the World-Shaking Bull Demon King. World-Shaking Bull Demon King defeated Ancestor God Zhuanshu, and it was a head-on defeat. Compared to Long Chen, it's much simpler. I'm not sure how strong Long Chen is after reaching the 7th era's Ancestor God realm. Therefore, this battle is still a little unpredictable. Humph, just wait and see. The powerful figures of the demon clan will definitely tear this guy apart. While the spectators were excited, Long Chen felt some pressure facing this giant beast. At this time, he had already devoted himself to the battle. In fact, there were only 2 battles that he had to fight. The first battle, he had to win. But the second battle, he had to lose. And the third battle, he had to win. Therefore, the first battle was actually a crucial battle, and it was also a battle that he had to win. In his hands, he had slaughter, coldness, time, entanglement. Boom! World-Shaking Bull Demon King crushed the void of billions of miles. In an instant, a purple gold saber appeared in his hand. It was curved like his horns, but the violent lethality was still quite terrifying. The World-Shaking Bull Demon King looked terrifying and violent, but in fact, his rule was very simple. That's right, it was power. Pure power. The tyrannical strength of an ancestor god's physical body and the majestic origin energy of the world fused together to form a world-shaking force. Therefore, he specialized in head-on collisions. If he wanted to defeat this fellow, it would be foolish to choose a head-on collision. Becoming my opponent is your greatest misfortune right now. World-Shaking Bull Demon King's roar deafened countless ancestor gods, and they could not help but leave the battlefield. Otherwise, the roar of the World-Shaking Bull Demon King could injure everyone. Crazy Demon Violent Cut. Holding the saber with both hands, his huge divine body soared into the sky like a mountain, breaking through the endless void. At this moment, the saber violently slashed down. Wherever the saber thought, endless destruction would occur. The purple saber erupted with a tremendous force, and a huge saber aura burst out, cutting through the void, piercing through the sky, and illuminating the entire world. It slashed towards Long Chen's head. Break. This law contained almost all of the World-Shaking Bull Demon King's strength. He was able to use the pure power of the law to such an extent, which was also an unattainable realm. In the face of such an attack, all of the ancestral gods' expressions changed. They either gasped in admiration or were horrified. However, Long Chen remained completely unfazed. 9 Deaths Killing Sword. On his right hand, Long Chen was already extremely familiar with this rule. And at this moment, it gave birth to endless transformations. As the violet gold blade descended, Long Chen's blood sword flew through the air, slaughtering all living things. 9 beams of sword chi danced in the air, even merging into one, colliding with the attack of the World-Shaking Bull Demon King. Eternal Time Finger. With 2 types of laws, Long Chen would naturally use them at the same time to achieve the best effect. As for the Eternal Time Calamity Finger, it was extremely fast. When Long Chen used the 9 Death Slaughter Sword to block the World-Shaking Bull Demon King's Berserk Devil Slash, a ray of light pierced out from his finger. The target was the World-Shaking Bull Demon King's divine body. Wherever the ray of light touched, time itself would distort. Its speed was unimaginable. At the instant when the Berserk Devil Slash and the 9 Death Slaughter Sword collided, the Eternal Time Finger had already arrived before the World-Shaking Bull Demon King. When he discovered the laws of time, the World-Shaking Bull Demon King naturally turned pale with fright. He hurriedly retracted the violet gold sword and used it to block in front of his eyes. Boom! The power of the Berserk Devil Slash retracted, while Long Chen's 2 laws pressed forward. This was just the start of the battle, and the 2 laws fused together. This was especially so for the 9 Death Slaughter Sword, which contained the pinnacle of Long Chen's slaughter intent. No matter how tough the World-Shaking Bull Demon King was at this moment, Long Chen could only force him to flee miserably. Break. In the end, the world-shaking Bull Demon King still relied on his tyrannical strength to dissolve Long Chen's laws. Because of this, he also managed to escape. However, there were many wounds on his body. Although they weren't serious injuries, they were extremely embarrassing. This made the already violent world-shaking Bull Demon King even more frenzied. How is this possible? Long Chen has the upper hand. Now, who dares to say that he isn't a match for Divine Ancestor Bull Demon? It's still early, it's too early to make a conclusion. In the midst of countless arguments, the battle didn't stop, and this was the most intense moment. Because at this moment, the world-shaking Bull Demon King finally showed his true form in his rage. The original body of the world-shaking Bull Demon King is really terrifying. Previously, he defeated Ancestor God Lord Zhuanshu with his original body. He killed him with one attack. After all, he was from the demon clan, and his true form was the ultimate form. Long Chen also clearly saw that his opponent in front of him rapidly changed from a human to a giant purple gold bull. His blood-red eyes were as big as a continent, and his blood was spewing out violently. In front of him, Long Chen could only be described as extremely small. However, even if he was small, he might not be able to dodge the attack of his opponent's laws. Now, the world origin of the world-shaking Bull Demon King, purple gold, had been integrated into his pair of horns, which directly became the most terrifying weapon of this violent guy. Moo! The giant purple gold bull let out an earth-shattering roar in front of Long Chen. It was extremely violent, and its 4 giant hooves stomped on the void, causing the void to shatter. World-destroying collision. Under everyone's expectations and nervousness, the world-shaking Bull Demon King didn't let them down. Although it looked simple, it actually condensed all the purifying laws, and faced Long Chen. This was the ultimate move of the world-shaking Bull Demon King. The power of a barbaric bull was most suitable for collision. Under its collision, there were probably not many things in the infinite world that could withstand it. If the original ancestor gods of the Fourth Era had not protected their own worlds with formations, even an engine's-level world would be instantly shattered under such a collision, and the world would be destroyed. Long Chen's dragon sacrificial continent would definitely not be able to withstand such a few more times. Boom! At this moment, after several roars, the collision condensed with the power of world-destroying arrived. As the bearer of this law, Long Chen naturally experienced a different kind of terrifying pressure. It was heavily locked on, and under the huge pressure, it was not easy for him to even escape. Of course, this was a head-on battle, so Long Chen would not escape. Although the opponent's attack was indeed terrifying, Long Chen had calculated in his heart that he would probably still rely on some time law and the ultra-spacetime slaughter sword that had been strengthened too much to defeat the opponent. But for some reason, this time, Long Chen felt a fatal sense of crisis. Although the world-shaking Bull Demon King is not weak, neither am I. Why would he give me a sense of crisis? This was the question that Long Chen could not figure out. Originally, he wanted to directly confront this opponent and defeat him, but at this moment, Long Chen was a little hesitant. He imagined that his perception was definitely not that simple. What's going on? He did not understand. The world-shaking Bull Demon King should not be so terrifying. However, the sense of crisis of death was even more unmistakable. His confused state was indeed very inconceivable to the surrounding ancestor gods. This was a crisis that could almost determine the outcome of the battle, so why was he not prepared? At this time, the world-shaking Bull Demon King had already activated the world-destroying collision, and the killer move had already locked on to Long Chen. The sense of crisis of death became even clearer. Perhaps because Long Chen was now an ancient blood spiritual dragon, and he had once controlled slaughter and death, he was especially sensitive to any crisis that could bring about death, especially when the crisis of death before him was too huge. It doesn't seem like something that the world-shaking Bull Demon King can do. Moreover, this is a battle, not a battle of life and death. This world-shaking Bull Demon King does not need to kill me, right? Amidst all these doubts, Long Chen finally found it. That's right, on the horn of the world-shaking Bull Demon King, he found a gray dot. The gray dot was very small, and compared to the horn, it was simply a speck of dust on the continent. It was only the size of a speck of dust, but Long Chen still found it. There seemed to be a face in that gray speck of dust, a face that wanted to kill Long Chen. Long Chen could finally confirm that the terrifying crisis of death came from this dot. This dot clearly does not belong to the world-shaking Bull Demon King. Perhaps even the world-shaking Bull Demon King himself does not know. Someone wants to use his attack to kill me. Long Chen was really frightened. There were actually people in the myriad worlds who wanted him dead. This reminded him of the demon ancestor 9 Even now, the mystery of that matter had not been solved. Long Chen did not know what exactly had happened. Chapter 3508. Gray Dot. Death Crisis. Long Chen, who had wanted to fight the world-shaking Bull Demon King head-on under the effect of the world-destroying collision, made a decision that even the creator gods couldn't fathom. He instantly opened the Death Realm Dragon Gate and rushed in as fast as he could before the world-shaking Bull King's heavy injuries arrived. He closed the Death Realm Dragon Gate because he was fast enough to avoid this calamity. Of course, this was also because the world-shaking Bull King's nomological law took too long to prepare. If it was as fast as Long Chen's eternal calamity finger, Long Chen wouldn't have been able to escape into the Death Realm. A death crisis was easily resolved by Long Chen just like that. However, Long Chen's way of resolving the collision was a little special. After all, this was a battle similar to an arena battle. Although it was acceptable to dodge in such a manner, it didn't seem imposing if he didn't fight head-on. If it wasn't for that grade, Long Chen definitely wouldn't have chosen to do so. After calculating in his heart, Long Chen estimated that the power of the apocalyptic collision was about to pass. Only then did he return to his original spot. When he appeared from the Death Realm, the world-shaking Bull King was already behind him. Of course, since he lost his target, all the attacks he had prepared were useless and hit nothing but air. In fact, Long Chen's choice had already caused an uproar among the surrounding ancestral gods. The world-shaking Bull King was extremely violent and murderous, but he also stopped attacking. Just like that, the battle came to an end. At this moment, the ancestral gods' expressions changed slightly as they started discussing. Did everyone see that just now? The ranking god battle always has a fixed battlefield. Long Chen dodged in such a manner just now. He's completely escaping from the battlefield. How can this be? Yeah, how can he escape from such a battle? Long Chen naturally didn't want such a thing to happen. Right now, he was still thinking about that terrifying gray dot. However, at this time, when the world-shaking Bull Demon King turned around, Long Chen saw that the gray dot on his horns had already disappeared. Today's goal is the key. I'm sure that someone wants to use this battle to kill me, but I was lucky enough to escape. If I tell them about the gray dots, they will either think that I have no evidence, or they will stop the battle. Either way, it will be difficult for me to get the key. The best way is to defeat him first, and then talk about the rest after the battle. Now that the gray dot was gone, and even the primordial war ancestor and the others couldn't see through it, there was indeed no evidence at all. It wouldn't do Long Chen any good to stop and pursue the matter at this time. However, after the battle, he would definitely inform the Fourth Era's primordial ancestor gods who supported him clearly. Wanting to kill him was no small matter. However, there were many voices denouncing Long Chen. Most of them felt that he had broken the rules of the battle by leaving the battlefield without permission. Please make a decision. The world-shaking Bull Demon King was also unwilling. In the end, the three Fourth Era's primordial ancestor gods made a decision. The three of them discussed for a while, and Long Chen noticed that the Great Whole Ancestor seemed to have spoken the most. In the end, it was the Sheiji Demon Ancestor who announced, for the time being, such a situation has not occurred in the ranking god battle, so this time, Long Chen didn't break the rules. However, the rules have been set. The battle must take place within the battlefield, and leaving the battlefield without permission is considered admitting defeat. Long Chen, this will not happen again. Yes. This decision was still convincing to the ancestor gods. Although it helped Long Chen, it also prevented the same situation from happening again. Although the world-shaking Bull Demon King was unwilling to accept it, he didn't want to pursue it. What he wanted more was to ruthlessly defeat Long Chen in the battle. Only then could he relieve the hatred in his heart. Long Chen was thinking in his heart, this decision is beneficial to me, and it came out very quickly. The 3/4 era's primordial ancestor gods didn't have the slightest argument, which is a bit unusual. According to common sense, with the Great Whole Ancestor's opposition to me, he would definitely seize the opportunity to eliminate me. However, he seems to completely agree with this decision, and clearly wants me to continue fighting. Then, I have two guesses. First, the next crisis will still exist. Second, this operation to kill me is related to the Great Whole Ancestor. Long Chen didn't think he was smart, but he wasn't as stupid as the ancestor gods who had lost their memories. Following these clues, he still guessed that it was the Great Whole Ancestor. He also knew that he had to be more careful in the next battle. If it wasn't for the key, there was no need for him to continue fighting in such a dangerous situation. Only he discovered this matter, so he could only keep it in his heart. Boom! After announcing the continuation of the battle, the world-shaking Bull Demon King launched the world-destroying collision once again. This time, it was even more powerful than the last time. However, for Long Chen, the crisis of death was gone, and the gray dot on the bull's horn was also gone. Obviously, the red dot on the world-shaking Bull Demon King's body could only be used once. Therefore, at this time, he could fight with peace of mind. At this time, Long Chen looked back at the Great Whole Ancestor. Moreover, it was at the most critical moment, but Long Chen had gained something. He saw an extreme disgust in the eyes of the Great Whole Ancestor. Although it was hidden very well, it couldn't escape the eyes of the person involved, Long Chen. This gaze made Long Chen understand. Boom, boom, boom. The world-shaking Bull Demon King's 4 hooves shattered countless voids, violently attacking. Once again, his passion was ignited. Facing this even more terrifying impact, Long Chen was very calm, but he already had a way to deal with it. Forbidden World. The Great Whole Ancestor used the time law to stop time. However, Long Chen was quite quick-witted. The time-stopping domain he controlled was actually not that big, and during the fierce impact, the world-shaking Bull Demon King's front legs just happened to enter this domain. The hind legs and other parts of the body were still in a high-speed state. This was basically equivalent to Long Chen using a rein to intercept the galloping divine bull. The horse stumbled, and so did the bull. Of course, the world-shaking Bull Demon King was definitely very strong. Long Chen's attainments in the world-sealing world law weren't particularly deep. It was only a hindrance to the world-shaking Bull Demon King, but he quickly broke through. It was just that his world extermination collision law was naturally affected. However, the Forbidden World bought enough time for Long Chen, allowing Long Chen to quickly fuse time and slaughter. After that, it was the transcending spacetime slaughter sword. Now that the 2 world origins had 3 world origins, when fused, their power would greatly increase. Long Chen had 1,000 years to temper himself, and the fusion of time and slaughter was even more perfect. The slaughter erupted, suddenly giving birth to a 10,000-meter-long sword chi. That sword chi had a huge dark blue chain wrapped around it, and the shackles of time penetrated deep into the slaughter. Boom! The tip of the sword chi directly collided with the world-shaking Bull Demon King's horns. Rip! At this moment, the true tyrannical power of Long Chen's 2 world origins was displayed like never before. The world-shaking Bull Demon King was affected by the Forbidden World, and faced Long Chen's attack head-on. The world-shaking Bull Demon King's head was directly smashed open, and it was almost torn in half. In an instant, victory and defeat were decided. Such a scene was truly exciting, and the hearts of all the creator gods were shaken. In a true battle, the world-shaking Bull Demon King was actually not Long Chen's match. Moreover, he had been defeated so thoroughly. The world-shaking Bull Demon King returned to his human form and also lost his combat strength. He looked at Long Chen in a daze. He never thought that he would really be defeated. Because of this, he truly felt a kind of reverence towards this heaven-defying fellow. After the battle ended, there was absolute silence at first, but then, there was a tidal wave of cheers. All of them were creator gods, and they were all so excited. Long Chen was really not used to it. In his imagination, creator gods should be mysterious and unfathomable. But now, it seemed that they were just like mortals: love, hate, affection, hatred, treachery, and all sorts of emotions. Long Chen is the victor of the first group's battle. The second battle is about to begin. The announcement confirmed the victory. The world-shaking Bull Demon King originally wanted to fight for the top 3, but he didn't expect to lose in the first battle. He could only leave with his tail between his legs. However, the gray dot that had appeared on his horns was something that Long Chen would find sooner or later to clarify. In the end, was it related to the black hole witch ancestor? Soon, before the crowd could calm down, the second battle began. In the second battle, there was a fellow who had won all the points battles. Long Chen reckoned that he could win. What a lucky fellow. After winning this battle, I'll directly admit defeat in the next battle, and you can directly enter the final battle. Long Chen looked at the fellow in the middle called the Sky-Reaching Sword Ancestor. I reckon that if someone still wants to kill me, they'll definitely be borrowing your hand. If the world-shaking Bull Demon King couldn't be killed, there would definitely be a second one. From the looks of it, it should be the Sky-Reaching Sword Ancestor. What happened just now? Primordial War Ancestor asked out of concern. War Ancestor, we'll talk about this after the final battle. After obtaining the key. Chapter 3509. Because he guessed that the person who wanted to kill him would use Sword Ancestor Tong Tian to attack him again, Long Chen paid close attention to him. The world source of the celestial Sword Ancestor was 4 swords brimming with murderous aura. Just like his temperament, they were sharp and unyielding. The sword Dao that he cultivated was slightly different from other sword Daos. It was infused with a rule that Long Chen was most familiar with, and that was slaughter. The Heavenspan Sword Ancestor was an expert in the sword Dao and the laws of slaughter. If he and Long Chen were to clash, it would be a battle of slaughter. There would definitely be fierce sparks. Unfortunately, Long Chen wanted to lose to him, so there was no chance for a real battle for the time being. Those who could enter the top 8 were all powerful people. They were considered nature-defying among the Yuan ancestor realm in the 6th era. Sword Ancestor Tongtian's battle was not as smooth as expected. He also defeated his opponent and won through all kinds of life and death battles. In the next battle, he was about to meet Long Chen. Sword Ancestor Tong Tian glanced at Long Chen. It was an extremely cold provocation. He made a gesture of cutting his neck with his hand, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Long Chen was going to admit defeat anyway, so he did not react. In the third battle, the number 1 demon, Heavenly Ping Demon Ancestor, who maintained a complete victory, was also quite strong. He didn't seem any weaker than Sword Ancestor Tong Tian, and was even slightly stronger than his opponent. In the end, Heavenly Ping Demon Ancestor used his peak strength to defeat his opponent, and entered the second round. The fourth battle was between Ancestor God Tai Hao. Ancestor God Tai Hao and his opponent were not far apart in strength. They fought fiercely for a long time. Finally, Ancestor God Tai Hao defeated his opponent, but he was also injured. Among the 4 battles, it was the most difficult for him to win. Long Chen estimated that he was not a match for Demon Ancestor Tian Peng. In this way, it's clear that Sword Master Tong Tian and I will admit defeat and he will naturally enter the next round. As for Ancestor God Tai Hao and Heavenly Ping Demon Ancestor, it should be Heavenly Ping Demon Ancestor who wins. Heavenly Ping Demon Ancestor and Sword Master Tong Tian will fight for the first place and Ancestor God Tai Hao and I will fight for the third place. At the beginning of the Ranking God battle, Long Chen met Ancestor God Tai Hao. He did not expect that the last battle would be the same. This might be fate. At least, although Long Chen could not fight for the honor of being the first, he could at least let all the creator gods witness his growth through ancestor god Tai Hao. Next was the shocking second round of battle. The previous 4 battles had already made everyone's blood boil. Apart from Long Chen's battle, the other battles were basically within the expectations of the creator gods. Now that there were only 4 ultimate experts left, they couldn't help but rank them in their hearts. Long Chen, Sword Master Tong Tian, Ancestor God Tai Hao, Heavenly Peng Demon Ancestor. Among the 4 of them, Sword Master Tong Tian and Heavenly Peng Demon Ancestor are more outstanding. No one can compete with them in the points battle. I think Long Chen has a chance to win. He has already made it this far, it's reasonable for him to create another miracle. Moreover, he is not weak when he defeated Ox Demon King. He is not weak, but he is despicable. Why did he dodge the destructive collision of Ox Demon Ancestor in such a way? If he didn't dodge like that, it's still uncertain who will win. Stop guessing. The battle between Long Chen and Sword Master Tong Tian is about to begin. We will know who will win soon. In the cheers of the crowd, Long Chen and Sword Master Tong Tian entered the battlefield. This was the battle that everyone was most looking forward to today. The creator gods had many speculations in their hearts. In their opinion, the most miraculous Long Chen would encounter Sword Master Tong Tian, who was recognized as either the first or second place. This battle would definitely be recorded in history. They had the highest expectations for it. At this moment, Ancestor God Primordial Chaos announced the start of the battle. Under the anticipation of the crowd, Sword Master Tongtian's 4 killing swords danced around him. As for Long Chen, he used the Slaughter Sword and the Time Chain. If he could use the Ring of Life, it would be even better. I didn't expect you to reach this step. However, no one can stop me from winning today. Be it you or Heavenly Peng Demon Ancestor, it's all the same. Sword Master Tongtian's long hair fluttered in the wind. His voice was deep and low. His eyes were like a sword hell, filled with murderous intent. He was the one with the most murderous intent other than himself that Long Chen had seen. He was also the one who had cultivated the slaughter law to the peak. Long Chen wasn't interested in winning the championship. Of course, at this time, he still had to put on a certain posture. He pointed at his opponent with his slaughter and sneered, "Before the battle, it's better not to brag. Otherwise, if your bragging is exposed, it'll be quite painful when the time comes, isn't it?" Humph, the 2 of them spoke once, but the smell of gunpowder was already very strong. Faced with Long Chen's taunt, Long Chen responded with the Slaughter Sword Master Tongtian's Sword Dao. Kill. The 2 existences of the slaughter law transformed into 2 beams of light. One was the color of blood, the other was white. The 2 rapidly clashed against each other. 9 Death's Slaughter Sword. No matter what, Long Chen still had to act like he was fighting to the death. Therefore, he was naturally serious at the start of the battle. Now that he had reached the ancestral ancestor realm in the 7th era, his world origin energy wasn't too far off from his opponents. After all, the laws could make up for some of the difference. Heavenly Sword Slaughter. However, the Heavenly Sword Master was indeed much stronger than the Ox Demon King from before. Now that the laws were displayed, the 4 killing swords were all under his control. His domineering killing swords displayed terrifying power. Each sword was a sword chi that was tens of thousands of zhang long. The sharp sword chi vibrated and shattered the void endlessly. The battlefield was already a mess today. The 4 sword chi formed an ultimate matrix and instantly collided with Long Chen's 9 Death Slaughter Sword. Both of them had the fiercest and most bloodthirsty laws. Such a strong clash would reveal the gap between the 2. Dang dang dang. Between them, the color of blood and the color of white sword chi danced in the sky. It was a battle between the divine dragon formed by the 9-headed sword chi and the white tiger formed by the opponent's sword chi. The form that was formed was not important. What was important was the power of the billions of sword chi. Billions of blood-colored sword chi clashed with billions of white sword chi. They're actually evenly matched. In this battle, both of them were at the pinnacle of the slaughtering sword way. Under the explosive battle, it was difficult to determine the victor for a while. At least in terms of this law, no one could break through the other's attack and attack the other. Even the heavenly sword master was intercepted by Long Chen. You're good. It wasn't until all of the sword chi of slaughter exploded in the midst of the battle and the two rules dissipated that the two of them chose to give up. This fierce battle was just the beginning for the ancestral gods. At least it made everyone's blood boil. In the imagination of the ancestral gods, the real battle would immediately erupt after the first test. Again. The heavenly sword master roared. This time, his 4 killing swords separated. One of them landed in his hand, while the other 3 continued to fly around him. Heaven imprisoning sword domain. One of the killing swords danced in his hand. After being flung out, it instantly exploded due to the evolution of the laws. It rushed into the sky and turned into countless sword rain that fell in a frenzy. The sword rain was not a massacre, but a kind of imprisonment. The countless sword rain was actually just a part of the heaven imprisoning sword domain. Ding ding. Countless sword lights pierced the void around Long Chen. Suddenly, Long Chen felt a crushing power in the formation of the endless sword lights. His divine body was completely imprisoned for a moment. This was even more powerful than Long Chen's forbidden world, and it was very sharp. As long as he moved, he would feel like he was being stabbed by a blade in the heaven imprisoning sword domain. However, this was only one of the techniques of the heavenly sword master. He used the heaven imprisoning sword domain to trap Long Chen, and then the real attack came. At this time, the 3 swords that were still beside him gathered in his hand. The 3 killing swords were vibrating violently, and killing intent was everywhere. A terrifying danger descended once again, but the degree of danger was a little beyond Long Chen's imagination. It was the same feeling as before. Long Chen felt that the level of the heavenly sword master was still unable to bring him this kind of danger. Chapter 35:10. The celestial sword ancestor's heaven imprisoning sword domain could not give Long Chen such a crisis of life and death. Now, through the 3 killing swords, the ultimate killing move, could not even give Long Chen such a crisis of life and death. It was precisely because he was a primordial blood spiritual dragon that he had a unique sense of death. This was something that the person who wanted to kill him would never have thought of. Now, the celestial sword ancestor was indeed incomparably vast. With 1 killing sword, he transformed it into a heaven imprisoning sword domain to trap Long Chen, leaving Long Chen unable to resist. With the 3 killing swords in his hands, before the laws were released, the sword chi was already heaven-defying. The celestial sword ancestor roared, and millions of sword chi erupted from his body. The 3 killing swords shone like the sun in the sky, blinding everyone's eyes. In this incomparably dazzling light, in the midst of the domineering killing intent, Long Chen could clearly see 3 gray dots. Other than him, no one outside the battlefield could see these 3 dots. The 3 gray dots were extremely small, located on the tip of the 3 swords. Once the celestial sword ancestor activated the sword Dao laws, it was very likely that the gray dots would be transferred to Long Chen, and invisibly turn Long Chen into ashes. It was the same again. It was indeed as Long Chen had expected. But this seemed to be an opportunity. Long Chen naturally knew the danger he was in. He was being controlled by the heaven imprisoning sword domain, and to break it and face the celestial sword ancestor's killing move was indeed very troublesome. If not for the 3 gray dots, the celestial sword ancestor would not be able to withstand it, let alone the 3 gray dots. Killing sword of heaven. As expected, at this moment, the celestial sword ancestor did not hold back in the slightest. With extreme killing intent, he prepared to kill Long Chen. He already had absolute confidence in this attack. But from his expression, Long Chen still felt that even he did not know about the 3 gray dots. Previously, the world-shaking bull demon king should not have known about it. Now, at this critical moment, the hearts of all the ancestor gods were in their throats. At this moment, the heaven-slaughtering sword connected with the power of the heaven-imprisoning sword domain and erupted. It was another top-notch slaughtering sword Dao. Those who saw this sword Dao were all shocked. After all, the celestial sword ancestor rarely used the combination of these two laws in his previous battles. However, to Long Chen, those 3 points were even more terrifying. At this moment, Long Chen did something that none of the creator gods could understand. Before the celestial sword ancestor could attack, he raised his hands, put down the world origin, and shouted, "I admit defeat." With his long-prepared shout, just the sound alone completely drowned the celestial sword ancestor. At this moment, the celestial sword ancestor was about to attack, but he was a distance away from Long Chen. By the time Long Chen's voice reached everyone's ears, the celestial sword ancestor had yet to reach Long Chen. After all, admitting defeat was always faster than the opponent's attack. "I admit defeat," Long Chen repeated. After all, the celestial sword ancestor could not care about anything else at this moment. He was still rampaging and killing, and could not stop. In fact, it was safer for Long Chen to enter the death rain earlier. After all, those 3 gray dots were no joke. They could turn him into ashes if he came into contact with them. However, he was only worried that if he escaped into the death rain again, it would be a small matter if he was judged to have lost. If he was directly disqualified from continuing to fight, then the gains would not make up for the losses. After all, he wanted to get 3rd place. The heaven-punishing swords might descended, and the violent killing intent was about to penetrate the heaven-imprisoning sword domain and rush towards Long Chen. If Long Chen admitted defeat now, it would actually be a little too late. After all, the slaughter sword Dao was also relatively fast. However, Long Chen was already prepared. He had already planned to admit defeat. Therefore, he shouted the moment he saw the gray dots. This also allowed the surrounding ancestor gods to be prepared. Therefore, when the celestial sword ancestor was still unwilling to give up, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. With a casual clench, the power on the celestial sword ancestor and the 3 killing swords instantly vanished. Even the heaven-imprisoning sword domain disappeared. At this moment, the battle could be considered to have just ended. That person was the primordial chaos ancestor god who was in charge of the battle. Generally speaking, when one side admitted defeat, the other side would immediately stop fighting. What the celestial sword ancestor did was a little against the rules. But what Long Chen noticed was that the gray dots rapidly disappeared the moment the ancestor god of primordial chaos appeared. Clearly, he was afraid that the ancestor god of primordial chaos would see it. Therefore, he withdrew it at the last moment. It was obvious that the person who wanted to kill him in the dark was in the vicinity. For a moment, the scene turned silent. Now that the gray dots had disappeared, it wouldn't be easy to pursue the matter. Long Chen knew that his opponent wasn't someone he could knock down just by talking nonsense. Before he possessed absolute strength, it was unrealistic to try and knock down anyone. However, such an ending had to be resolved. Therefore, Long Chen suddenly smiled. The celestial sword ancestor is really amazing. He used 2 types of rules. One made me unable to move, and the other took my life. I couldn't resist at all. If I hadn't admitted defeat, I would have been heavily injured by your hands. I really admire your slaughter sword Dao. In truth, Sword Ancestor Celestial was also dumbfounded. He never imagined that Long Chen would admit defeat so quickly. He never imagined that he would win so easily. He was even prepared to fight Long Chen to the death. Impossible. He told himself silently. He had a feeling that Long Chen wasn't someone who would admit defeat so easily. Of course, the other ancestor gods felt the same way. He admitted defeat just like that? Is the celestial sword ancestor really that powerful? I thought Long Chen could create a miracle. Yeah, after all, he has created so many miracles. I didn't expect him to be defeated so quickly. From the looks of it, the two of them were evenly matched. I already said that he can't do it. It's already not easy for him to last until now. Such an ending caused an unprecedented discussion. In truth, Long Chen had admitted defeat a little too early. Even the ancestor god of primordial chaos felt that something was wrong. However, this was Long Chen's freedom. Admitting defeat was admitting defeat. Perhaps the ancestor god of primordial chaos had guessed that Long Chen was after the mysterious key. Many people had guessed this. But in fact, as long as Long Chen couldn't guess it, it would be fine. That person was the chaotic whole ancestor. To be honest, Long Chen suspected him. If the gray dots were his doing, Long Chen should have been able to guess that Long Chen could see the gray dots. If he knew about the existence of the gray dots, he should have thought that Long Chen had sensed a great danger and admitted defeat to save his life. If it was to save his life, admitting defeat so early was actually a wise move. On the contrary, it would weaken the suspicion of the mysterious key. If the chaotic whole ancestor thinks that it's normal for me to admit defeat, then it's him. Long Chen even guessed that if he was alone, he might not have dared to be so bold. Maybe he had many accomplices. At least, no one objected to his admitting defeat. The primordial war ancestor and the others knew that Long Chen would admit defeat, but in fact, they thought that Long Chen would experience a battle to the death before admitting defeat, not now. Therefore, they were also somewhat puzzled. Why did you admit defeat so quickly? I think you still have the ability. It won't be that easy. The sword ancestor Tong Tian was still uncomfortable. After all, the battle had not been fully enjoyed. Long Chen smiled calmly and said, "Your last sword strike was really powerful. I'm sure that if I took it, I would definitely lose my life. I'm still very clear about the importance of life and honor. I, Long Chen, have been able to kill my way to this level from outside the top 100, and I'm already very satisfied. Next, I'll try to fight for third place. Third place is also quite good." His first sentence was said to the chaotic whole ancestor. If the gray dots were related to him, then he would be clearer about the reason why Long Chen admitted defeat, and he wouldn't think about the key anymore. In fact, the key was the reward, and the chaotic whole ancestor would basically hand it over. Long Chen was only worried that his purpose was too obvious and the chaotic whole ancestor would change his mind. Alright, admitting defeat means giving up the battle. Prepare for the final battle. The primordial chaos ancestor god waved his hand, and Long Chen and the sword ancestor Tong Tian retreated from the battlefield. Chapter 35:11. The next battle was not as exciting as Long Chen's. In fact, Long Chen was not as good as sword master Tong Tian. But because he had repeatedly created miracles, everyone thought that there might be a miracle in this battle, and even Long Chen had a chance to get the first place. However, he failed. As for the battle between Tai Hao Demon Ancestor and Heavenly Rock Demon Ancestor, there was not much suspense. Heavenly Rock Demon Ancestor had always performed better than Tai Hao Demon Ancestor. Of course, after all, they were opponents who were very close to each other. It would not be easy to determine the winner as quickly as Long Chen's battle. This battle lasted for a long time. In the end, amidst the cheers of the crowd, Heavenly Rock Demon Ancestor defeated Tai Hao Demon Ancestor and successfully rushed to the final battle. Finally, he would compete with Sword Master Tong Tian for the top position. As for Long Chen and Tai Hao Demon Ancestor, they would compete for the third place before the final battle. In the next two matches, the one that everyone was looking forward to the most was naturally the battle between the Sky-reaching Sword Ancestor and the Sky-Rock Demonic Ancestor. This was the greatest suspense in this ranking god battle, because these two had never been defeated since the start of the points battle. Who would win and who would lose in the end? Before this, the battle between Long Chen and Tai Hao Demon Ancestor could only be regarded as a preparation for the final battle. However, the crowd found it interesting that Long Chen instantly lost to Tai Hao Demon Ancestor before the points battle began. Now, he met Tai Hao demon ancestor in the final battle. This could barely be regarded as a battle of revenge. After resting and recovering, the two met on the battlefield. Although Long Chen had admitted defeat before, it was still very eye-catching at this time. This is strange. In this battle, we will be able to witness with our own eyes just how much Long Chen has improved in this ranking god battle. I remember that at the beginning, Tai Hao demon ancestor killed him casually. However, Long Chen has been fighting and improving all the way. It is really terrifying. The most terrifying thing about him is still his improvement speed and space. Let's watch. This battle also needs him to create a miracle. When they met again, it really felt like fate had arranged it. Ancestor God Tai Hao said, along the way, I still feel that you have the ability to compete for the first place. I still don't understand why you admitted defeat just now. With your character, I always feel that it's impossible for you to admit defeat. Long Chen said, that's not important. What's important is how much I've grown in this battle. So, I want to use you to test my growth. That's true. Ancestor God Tai Hao smiled faintly. He could not understand Long Chen's strange way of thinking. Perhaps the most fundamental difference between them was that the ancestor gods did not have the opportunity to move forward, but he did. Therefore, he cared about moving forward, while the ancestor gods cared about honor. Let's fight. Sure, let's settle this in one move. No problem. When they met in the final battle, Long Chen held Tai Hao ancestor god in the upper hand. This guy was not bad. It was definitely enough to decide the outcome of the battle with one move. In this ranking god battle, all of Long Chen's progress was based on this rule. Ding, ding, ding. Under everyone's expectation, the blue chain of time wrapped around the killing sword. The power of the origin of two worlds, a total of 6 worlds, converged at this moment, like two divine dragons, entwining together. The blue and blood-red colors were boiling in the surrounding space. Double brilliance of the sun and moon. Ancestor God Tai Hao, Long Chen's opponent, was holding the black and white swordfish in his hand. He was concentrating and showing the most powerful rule he had. In front of him, the two swordfish were changing. Ancestor God Tai Hao used all the power of the origin of the world to construct a pure white round sun and a black crescent moon above his head. The black crescent moon wrapped half of the white sun. The sun and the moon were shining in the sky. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sun and the moon dispersed and became infinitely huge, pressing down on Long Chen. Ancestor God Tai Hao poured out all his power. To be honest, the power of the double brilliance of the sun and the moon was not weaker than the previous attack of the sky-reaching sword master. At least, what Long Chen had to bear was a kind of extremely hot and cold power. Boom. The sun and the moon descended. At this moment, under everyone's expectation, Long Chen's last rule was naturally the ultimate sword principle, which combined time and killing. Super Spacetime Killing Sword. The heaven-defying sword combined time and killing. The chain entwined with the divine dragon sword chi, and the restraint and compression of time merged with the killing. The sword chi exploded and instantly dazzled. For a moment, Long Chen was submerged in the power of time and killing. Boom. This was Long Chen's way of proving his strength. This sudden outbreak shocked everyone. In fact, when fighting against the world-shaking Bull Demon King and the sky-reaching Sword Master, Long Chen did not fully show his strength. Until now. The sword principle was heaven-defying. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Long Chen broke the sun and the crescent moon with one sword, crazily destroying the rule of ancestor God Tai Hao. The ultimate sword principle finally fell on the head of ancestor God Tai Hao. One move, in an instant, the outcome was clear. With his peak power, Long Chen defeated ancestor God Tai Hao in one move. Although he did not hurt ancestor God Tai Hao, that was the result of his control. Therefore, when he saw this result, ancestor God Tai Hao smiled bitterly and directly admitted defeat. Today, you proved that you have the space and speed to grow that all the creator gods are envious of. Long Chen, you made all of us believe that in the future, you will be the strongest in the myriad world. Ancestor God Tai Hao was a little excited. However, when he said this, no one laughed at him or refuted him. Because most people were convinced by Long Chen's heaven-defying killing attack. They were shocked that he directly defeated Ancestor God Tai Hao, which was simple and direct. It seemed that he was much stronger than the demon ancestor Tianpeng. Such a Long Chen could definitely win the championship. Therefore, everyone was depressed again. Why did he admit defeat to the sky-reaching sword master? If he won the first place today, there would definitely be more people who would respect him. Of course, it was almost the same now. Through the first and last battles of Ancestor God Tai Hao, he had directly witnessed his super growth in about 4 months. But this was far from the end of his journey. Ancestor God Tai Hao is right. He is now almost the strongest Ancestor God in the 6th era. Above him is only the Ancestor God Alliance. With his speed, it is only a matter of time before he surpasses the Ancestor God Alliance. From now on, I am afraid that we can no longer offend this guy. That's right. It's a pity that we don't have such a space. It's really depressing. Why are we the Ancestor Gods? Don't think too much. He is also the Ancestor God of the 4th era. It's just that he has lost too much power. He is the Ancestor Dragon of the 4th era, or even the Ancestor Dragon of the 3rd era. It's just that he is not strong now, so we mistakenly think that he is easy to bully. But those who really bullied him have paid the price. Those who did not pay the price now will pay the price in the future. Moreover, I heard that many Ancestor Gods of the 4th era completely support him. It was just a battle, but it completely consolidated Long Chen's position in the myriad world. From today on, he also had the right to speak. If he wanted to restore Mo Xiaolang's freedom, it would be soon. Okay, let's congratulate Long Chen for becoming the 3rd strongest Ancestor God of the 6th era in the ranking God battle of the 6th era. Sheiji Demon Ancestor also smiled. Today, he also witnessed a wonderful battle. With his voice, many Ancestor Gods began to cheer for Long Chen. Except for the second battle, Long Chen's performance today was really outstanding. Even his opponent, Tai Hao Ancestor, was happy for him. Because of his amazing sword, which even took away the brilliance of the battle between Heavenly Peng Demonic Ancestor and Tong Tian's Sword Ancestor, the final battle was not as attractive as before. Because everyone always thought that if Long Chen did not admit defeat, it was possible that Long Chen would become the first today. How could they know that the 3rd place was Long Chen's goal? Later, the most intense battle between Heavenly Peng Demonic Ancestor and Tong Tian's Sword Ancestor broke out under everyone's expectations. The final battle was the final battle, and it was fierce and wonderful. Both experts had never been defeated before, but today, one of them would definitely be defeated. After a fierce battle. Chapter 35:12. The strongest Ancestor God of the 6th era was finally decided. From now on, the Celestial Sword Ancestor would be the #1 Ancestor God under the Ancestor God Alliance. His status in the myriad worlds would also rise rapidly. The glory belonged to him. This kind of glory, envy, and the feeling of being surrounded by all the Ancestor Gods was what every Ancestor God who came to participate in the ranking battle was looking forward to. The Celestial Sword Ancestor was currently enjoying this feeling. However, Long Chen was not like this. He had experienced too much, so these empty titles and halos were no longer important to him. After all, the Ancestor Gods could not improve themselves, so most of the time, they could only use this method to show their value. They who had lost their memories would always have some imperfections. In terms of competitiveness, they even surpassed Long Chen. It was also because of this that becoming the #1 would attract the attention of everyone. Today, the Celestial Sword Ancestor was different. Of course, the Sky Rock Demonic Ancestor was also not bad. Long Chen's amazing performance was also the core of everyone's attention. Unlike others, Long Chen was most concerned about the Black Hole Sorcerer Ancestor's key. At this time, the primordial chaos ancestor god had already prepared the heart of the ancestor tree as a reward to the celestial sword ancestor. The Sheiji demon ancestor had also given the primordial fire ancestral stone to the sky rock demonic ancestor. These two rewards were of great use and were different from the previous rewards. Therefore, everyone was still looking forward to these rewards. It was the black hole sorcerer ancestor's turn. Everyone looked at the black hole sorcerer ancestor and then at Long Chen. The two of them were looking at each other. Long Chen knew that now was not the time to show urgency. Otherwise, he was afraid that the black hole sorcerer ancestor would change his mind. If he really did not give it, Long Chen would not be able to snatch it. Long Chen also wanted to see something from the black hole sorcerer ancestor's eyes. The sorcerer ancestor was the number one suspect who arranged to kill Long Chen today. All the signs indicated that it was very likely him. Perhaps the black hole sorcerer ancestor also knew that Long Chen had guessed that he was that person. Therefore, this confrontation had a different flavor to it. As time passed, the great wizard ancestor didn't say anything else. A key appeared in his hand and he threw it towards Long Chen. He still had the courage to do so, but he didn't expect that his reward would be given to Long Chen. This made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. If it was someone else, he wouldn't feel this way. At this moment, Long Chen grabbed the key. It was cold to the touch. However, the inside of it was warm, as if it contained hope. When he touched the key, Long Chen let out a sigh of relief. He was almost certain that this was the key he was looking for. As for what it had to do with the origin dragon's soul of the Tai Chi spirit dragon, he would have to go back and study it. Thank you, Black Hole Witch Ancestor. Long Chen's words were accompanied by a joyful smile, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. His smile made the Black Hole Wizard Ancestor slightly baffled, and he felt as if he had been schemed against. At this moment, he thought of Long Chen admitting defeat in the second round. That's right, the Black Hole Wizard Ancestor was the one who created the 3 gray dots. The gray dots of the world-shaking Bull Demon King were also from him. The key was that in the second round, Long Chen had clearly seen the gray dots and admitted defeat as soon as he saw them. At that time, the Black Hole Wizard Ancestor really thought that Long Chen had admitted defeat because he was afraid of death. Little did he know that Long Chen had already prepared to admit defeat, but the Black Hole Wizard Ancestor just happened to give him an opportunity. When he admitted defeat, everyone suspected that Long Chen had other intentions, except for the Black Hole Wizard Ancestor. He deeply thought that Long Chen was afraid of death. It was precisely because of this that he exposed the relationship between the gray dots and the Black Hole Wizard Ancestor. Otherwise, the Black Hole Wizard Ancestor would have definitely known that from the beginning, Long Chen's goal in participating in the ranking battles was to obtain the mysterious key. It was precisely because he didn't have any other rewards that he casually took out the mysterious key. Now, he completely understood. He had been schemed against by Long Chen. Not only had he been exposed, but he had also lost the mysterious key. It could be said that he had suffered a double loss. If he had guessed that the Black Hole Wizard Ancestor's goal was the key, he would not have given it to him. Because everyone knew that Long Chen was still searching for various ancestral dragon inheritances, and that key was likely to be one of them. I actually gave him something that could make him stronger with my own hands, and I was kept in the dark all along. The Black Hole Wizard Ancestor was so angry that his heart trembled and he almost vomited blood. He had clearly schemed against Long Chen in this battle. But why was he the one being schemed against by Long Chen? If he had not acted smart and wanted to kill Long Chen, he might have discovered that Long Chen's goal was the key. After all, even the 8th and 9th era's ancestral gods felt that the reason why Long Chen suddenly admitted defeat was because of the key. And he really thought that Long Chen had seen the gray dots and that he was afraid of death. Not only did he lose the key, but he was also crushed in terms of intelligence. The Black Hole Wizard Ancestor was so angry that he almost wanted to snatch the key back. Alright, this ranking god battle is over. As for whether to continue with the 5th era's ranking god battle, our Ancestor God Alliance will consider it again. After all, it will be another level higher. The primordial Chaos Ancestor God announced the end of the battle. The news of the 5th era's ranking god battle ignited everyone's hearts. The 80-plus 5th era's ancestral gods, such as Pangu, Hongjun, Chiyu, Hun Kuan, Luya, Lingyuan, and so on, were all tyrannical existences. Every one of them could crush Tongtian's sword ancestor, and the ancestor god was even more interested in which one was stronger. The victor would be decided among the supreme experts. Moreover, among the 4th era's ancestral gods, who had never fought against each other before, who would be the strongest in the myriad worlds? This was naturally something to look forward to. However, the Ancestor God Alliance was very cautious about the last 2 eras because it was of great significance. If it caused hatred or even destroyed the Ancestor God Alliance's mechanism, the gains would not make up for the losses. However, it was unknown whether this would be able to suppress the restless hearts of the ancestral gods. Everyone, farewell. After the battle ended, Long Chen did not want to stay here, so he directly returned to the Death Realm. He had left too quickly, and there were still some ancestral gods who wanted to congratulate him, but they did not have the chance. However, there was actually a group of ancestral gods who followed Long Chen to the Death Realm. Moreover, they were all 4th era ancestral god creators. Among them were the Primordial War Ancestor, the Lord of the Original Soul, and the Destiny Star Ancestor. However, this time, it seemed that the Primordial War Ancestor had convinced more people, or it could be said that Long Chen's improvement had convinced these 4th era ancestral god creators to stand firmly by his side. Therefore, another 4 4th era ancestral god creators came to the Death Realm. The Primordial War Ancestor and the others had probably already discussed with these 4. They were respectively the masters of the 3 great divine realms surrounding the Dragon Sacrificial Continent, the Chaos Ancestral God, the Primordial Chaos Ancestral God, and the Creation Ancestral God. In fact, these 3 great divine realms and 3 great divine clans had always been closest to the dragons of the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. They could be considered as the 3 vassal worlds of the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. The Chaos Ancestral God and the others had always had an extremely good relationship with the 10 great ancestral dragons. It was just that the 3 great ancestral gods themselves had forgotten about it. However, in fact, the 3 of them had never excluded Long Chen. It was just that they were not too close at the beginning. After a period of consideration, as well as the invitation of the Primordial War Ancestor and the others, they had all gathered here today. The other one was the demon race of the 6 paths of reincarnation, the 6 paths of reincarnation beast. It was also a world that Long Chen was familiar with. Long Chen had once fought with the 6 paths demon lord. However, the one in front of him was the true ancestral god of the 6 paths of reincarnation, the demonic ancestor of the 6 paths. As such, there were already 7 ancestral gods of the 4th era gathered around Long Chen. Apart from the Destiny Star Ancestor, the other 6 were the ancestral gods of the worlds that Long Chen had saved from the hands of the primeval troll. Perhaps it was also because they understood this that they were closer to Long Chen. Junior greets the 7 ancestral gods. Long Chen was very grateful to these existences that could protect him. In fact, we also feel that as long as the Sky-Devouring clan is not completely eliminated, there will not be true peace in the myriad worlds. The peace now is just an illusion. Therefore, we are gathered here today not only to protect you, but also to trust you and for the myriad worlds. The Chaos Ancestral God formed by the 9-colored mist had stated this from the beginning. He had always been serious, so it was normal for him to say this. I do not need protection. I am doing this for the myriad worlds. Our goal is the same. Long Chen smiled. These were not things that he should pay attention to. The Destiny Star Ancestor also smiled. Unfortunately, there are some ancestral gods of the 4th era who do not listen to advice. They are short-sighted and do not want to believe that the Sky-Devouring clan can still appear. They are even more unwilling to search for it. Instead, they are obsessed with internal strife and hold all sorts of ranking battles. The flames of war will soon burn the ancestral gods of the 4th era. The Chaos Ancestral God and the others had gathered here because they did not like the behavior of the Chaos Whole Ancestor and the others. The Primordial War Ancestor asked, "It is understandable that you surrendered in the second round, but why did you leave the first time?" Long Chen answered honestly, "Someone used an attack on Demonic Bull, Sacred Ancestor and Sword Ancestor Tongtian's world origin, wanting to kill them with a borrowed knife. I saw the danger of death, but it was just a gray dot that flashed by. That's why I dodged the first time and surrendered the second time." "I see." The 7 ancestral gods of the 4th era finally understood why that scene had appeared. "I was presiding over the battle, but I did not see it either." The Primordial Chaos Ancestral God said. The Primordial War Ancestor was a little angry. The person who wanted to kill him must have considered our existence. Therefore, he must have concealed himself so well that even we could not see him. He underestimated Long Chen, so he did not succeed. If it was not for Long Chen discovering it himself, he would have died. These people have gone too far this time. Indeed, the 7 ancestral gods of the 4th era could not bear it. The one who cast the spell should be the Chaos Whole Ancestor. But whether it was one person's idea or a group of people, I do not know. Long Chen said with certainty. Chapter 35:13. The 7 ancestral gods of the 4th era began discussing. "This fellow is truly insane. He actually dared to use such a despicable method, and even directly attacked Long Chen. He's shedding all pretense of cordiality. As an ancestral god of the 4th era, he actually did such a thing. He's truly short-sighted," said the Chaos Ancestral God disdainfully. "He's probably frightened by Long Chen's speed of improvement. I'm afraid his logic is that if he doesn't kill Long Chen now, he won't have the chance in the future." Demon Forefather of 6 Paths pondered. Both he and Destiny Star Beast were demons, and they planned to persuade the Landscape Show Beast to join their team. Lord of the Original Soul said, "In truth, doing such a thing is too risky if it's exposed, and it's easy to be isolated. I guess he doesn't have the courage to do it alone, so it should be done by several people. But the problem is, how many people? There weren't many ancestral gods of the 4th era, and each one was very important. Although there were 7 ancestral gods here, there were still 10 more." The Primordial War Ancestor sighed and said, "Indeed, I guessed it. Because of their different personalities, desires, and pursuits, the creator gods will split sooner or later. And the biggest split should be among the 4th era's primordial ancestor gods. Now, one group wants to kill Long Chen, while the other group opposes it. These two groups will one day go to war." This was a very real problem. Moreover, in everyone's imagination, problems would definitely arise if things continued to develop like this. After all, Chaos Cave Ancestor had already made his move. But everyone present felt that Long Chen had made a great contribution and great potential, and that he absolutely couldn't be killed. Even killing him or not killing him would form 2 camps, let alone others. This is probably unavoidable. Creation Ancestor God was the only woman here. She shook her head helplessly. "Then what should we do in the future? In any case, we can't be the ones to start a war. If the ancestral gods of the 4th era were to kill each other, it would clearly be returning to the time when we were controlled by the Sky-Devouring Clan. The Sky-Devouring Clan didn't destroy the myriad realms, but we did. Therefore, we can restrain them, but we can't start a war or kill each other." The Primordial Chaos Ancestor God's personality was more moderate. This was his way of thinking, but at least for now, everyone present agreed with him. What to do in the future? This question tested everyone. In the end, the Primordial Chaos Ancestor God said, "Let me say a few words. In the future, there should be no problem if we take care of 3 things. First, Long Chen can't be killed. He is of great importance to the future of the myriad realms, and he is our turning point. That's why we need to increase the number of like-minded people. At least among the ancestral gods of the 4th era, we have more people than them when it comes to dealing with Long Chen. Therefore, we need to gather at least 9 people. We need to work together on this mission. This shouldn't be difficult. Long Chen reckoned that the ancestral gods of the 4th era who wanted him dead were the Chaos Cave Ancestor, the Mortal People Emperor Ancestor, and Saint Ancestor Kitagarbha. The others seemed to be relatively neutral and wouldn't come after his life. Second, I think we should prepare for a rainy day and pay more attention to the sealed sky-devouring clan. Now that everyone has built a more complete formation map in their own world, we can use other time to search for the sky-devouring clan. We can't let them have a chance to appear again. We can't just sit around and wait for death. Regarding the sky-devouring clan, they believed that the Destiny Celestial Ancestor had a sense of the future. He absolutely believed that the sky-devouring clan would make a comeback. Everyone agreed with these 2 points. The third point is how to deal with the Chaos Cave Ancestor and the others. In fact, no matter how we deal with them, it won't be good for the myriad realms. The most important thing is to have a head-on conflict, or even to split into 2 camps and fight to the death. I think the only way, and also the best way, is to protect Long Chen and let him grow as fast as possible. When he reaches the level where the ancestral gods of the 4th era can't kill him, or even become your peak, the ancestral dragon of the 3rd era, and surpass all of us, this problem will be easily solved. Not only will they not kill you, but they will also not split up. Instead, they will flatter you, because at that time, you will be the strongest. At the end of his words, Long Chen was actually a little shocked. He couldn't believe that these words came from the mouth of the Chaos Ancestral God. In the past, Long Chen had a slight feeling that perhaps the Chaos Ancestral God was a little unhappy with him, and was also unwilling to accept that he would become stronger than him in the future. But from what he said today, it was definitely not the case. He dared to say such words, to let everyone protect Long Chen, to let Long Chen become the strongest, above everything else. The biggest point was that he had absolute trust in Long Chen. After all, at that time, Long Chen would have the mentality of a ruler in the myriad realms, suppressing everything. Perhaps many things in the myriad realms would have to go according to his will. One person could decide the fate of the myriad realms. If Long Chen was evil, then the fate of the myriad realms and the ancestral gods were all evil. Only absolute trust would dare to put Long Chen on such a high throne. I've thought about it. Before we descended, he could already play this role well, let alone in the future. Besides, recently in the Chaos Divine Realm, I've heard many legends about him. After careful analysis, he is a person who won't disappoint. That's enough. The Chaos Ancestral God met the gazes of the other ancestral gods and said resolutely and fearlessly. Well said, and it also represents my thoughts. The primordial Chaos Ancestral God said. Then let's do it this way. I also feel that there is no problem. The Creation Ancestral God also said. The Primordial War Ancestor, the Soul Origin Ancestor, and the Destiny Star Ancestor wouldn't have any problems, because they were more supportive of Long Chen. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation Beast also had no objections. The Chaos Ancestral God's 3 points were indeed very accurate in expressing his attitude, as well as the principles regarding the future. They couldn't split, but they had to protect Long Chen and resolve this conflict through his growth. If such a day comes, I definitely won't take revenge on the Chaos Cave Ancestor and the others, but I still have to make them behave in the future. Long Chen's words were also a promise to them. After all, the 4th era's ancestral gods also wanted the myriad realms to be at peace, and they wanted the myriad realms to welcome new glory. Very good. From now on, the few of us will be responsible for your safety. In addition, you can tell us what you want, and we will help you become stronger as soon as possible. In addition, we will protect you in any operation. After all, the people who want to kill you are the other 4th era's ancestral gods. They can't do anything as long as we are by your side. After the Primordial War Ancestor said this, Long Chen felt that everything had become urgent. It was quite scary, but fortunately, they had decided to protect him. This was very important to Long Chen. Long Chen was extremely grateful to them from the bottom of his heart. After discussing for a while, some of them would stay in this death world at any time to protect Long Chen. It was already very exaggerated for them to do this, and they might even go to the dragon sacrificial continent. In any case, Long Chen could open the passage from their world to the dragon sacrificial continent at any time, so they could come at any time and arrive instantly. Next, they would also help to strengthen the dragon sacrificial continent's eternal steel array diagram. As for Long Chen, his only mission was to improve himself. Receiving such treatment, Long Chen was truly overwhelmed by the favor. At the end, Ancestor God Creation suddenly said, "Long Chen, do you want to see that brother of yours?" At that time, Ancestor God Creation had yet to confirm her alignment with him. Now that she was here, Long Chen naturally wanted to see her, but he was afraid of breaking her rules. After all, she had undertaken the mission of imprisoning Mo Xiaolang in the Ancestral Gods Alliance, and she had guaranteed it. Of course, but it's fine. I just need to let him stay here. In fact, he's very quiet and not in a hurry. Ancestor God Creation meant that as long as Mo Xiaolang didn't leave the space where she imprisoned him, there wouldn't be too much of a problem. Of course, they couldn't meet frequently either. Once it was discovered, Mo Xiaolang would probably be transferred to another fourth era's ancestral god. Once he was with the black hole ancestor, it would be troublesome. Alright. Long Chen naturally wanted to see him. Ancestor God Creation placed him in a special space inside a star. When Long Chen arrived, he happened to see Mo Xiaolang sitting cross-legged there. Although not much time had passed, Long Chen still felt very regretful that Mo Xiaolang had lost his freedom. Big brother. Long Chen had been in the Tower of Time for thousands of years, but Mo Xiaolang's time was shorter. He stood in the middle of the starry sky, pondering over the rules. In fact, apart from freedom, he was also very relaxed. Seeing Long Chen enter, he was also full of smiles. "I've just come in. Actually, it's nothing much. Besides, judging from your current level, I don't think I'll be staying here for long. I'll probably have to leave before I even understand the rules." Indeed, it was nothing at all. Knowing that Mo Xiaolang still had great faith in him, Long Chen became much more reassured. This kind of imprisonment had become not a problem of imprisonment, but a problem of dignity. If his brother was imprisoned, it meant that he had no dignity. Imprisonment itself was nothing, unless Long Chen couldn't reach the realm where he could crush everything. After exchanging a few words with Mo Xiaolang, Long Chen had accompany him in. Only then did the two of them have something to talk about. Long Chen then left. Now that he had finally obtained this mysterious key after so many hardships, he had to start studying the wonders of this key. Of course, he had enough time on the fourth floor of the Tower of Time. In the Tower of Time, Long Chen was very satisfied with guiding this pair of children about the rules and watching their progress. After that, he accompanied Lingxi and Li Xuanji for a couple of years. Only less than 2 hours had passed in the myriad worlds. "When will you get pregnant?" Long Chen hugged Li Xuanji's willowy waist from behind. "What? Do you want to give birth to 10 ancestor dragons of destruction?" Li Xuanji lightly bit her red lips, looking as charming as before. Chapter 35:14. Of course, Long Chen was just joking. The ancestral dragons were not easy to be born. Now that 2 of them were born, already becoming true ancestral dragons, and there was one more that was still being nurtured, he was already very satisfied. In his imagination, he could build a world before the epoch. Besides himself, there were also a few ancestral dragon children. He was also very satisfied. Next, Long Chen wholeheartedly studied the simple, rusty key. In fact, there was nothing special about this key. The only thing special about it was that even the great wizard ancestor of the chaotic whole could not destroy it. Therefore, many people were still very curious about it. Long Chen was also curious. He had also tried to destroy it, and indeed, he could not destroy it. Even the rust on the key, which seemed to be able to be removed with his hands, could not be destroyed. After failing to destroy it, Long Chen thought of the Ring of Life. It was the Ring of Life that led him to this ring. Presumably, the Ring of Life can make it show its strangeness. He was very curious about this key. Most importantly, it was likely to indicate the location of the origin dragon's soul of the Tai Chi living dragon. Long Chen could not wait to have a third ancestral dragon divine body. Once he became a Tai Chi living dragon, his life would probably have a greater guarantee. Next, he used the Ring of Life and pondered for a long time. He tried all kinds of collisions and even used the Ring of Life to attack the key, but nothing worked. This made him puzzled. What should he do? In the end, he still tried using the Ring of Life. It still did not work. You can try using your blood. This was a hint from Li Xuanji. During this period of time, when Long Chen was not cultivating, she had been by Long Chen's side. Whenever she was excited, she would entangle with him. Her days were very happy. Right, this blood contains all the inherited essence blood. It is omnipotent. This was like a wake-up call. Long Chen was so obsessed with the Ring of Life that he forgot about his inherited dragon blood. When he integrated the dragon blood into the key, as expected, the key changed at that moment. Long Chen and Li Xuanji retreated to the side. In their eyes, the key began to make clicking sounds and began to expand. Its grayish-black color did not change. About 10 breaths later, the key finally turned into a grayish-black sphere with a diameter of about 1 meter, floating in the air. It looks like a star, a planet, said Li Xuanji. Yes. The surface of the sphere was full of potholes and there were no signs of life. It was the kind of star that was uninhabitable. The environment was especially harsh, and there was no spiritual energy at all. There were grayish-black rocks and dust everywhere. It was dead silent and deserted. Long Chen circled left and right a few times, memorizing every detail of this sphere. He knew that this must be very important. After memorizing it, he used the soil of the dragon's sacrificed continent to create a sphere that had the exact same patterns and potholes. Of course, he was doing this because he was afraid that this sphere would disappear after a while. This should be the location of the clue that would lead to Long Chen. But Long Chen was very clear that with the vastness of the infinite worlds, there were at least tens of millions of such desolate and uninhabited stars that looked like this and whose size could not be determined. After all, this kind of star was actually very ordinary. There were really many of them in the void of the infinite worlds. It was also because of this that this kind was the most difficult to find. It would be easy if the key turned into Mount Buzhou. There was only one Mount Buzhou in the infinite worlds. Crack. When Long Chen finished his imitation, the sphere uttered a sound as a crack appeared on one of its parts. Closely after that, a light came out of the crack while a spiritual impact swept over. On the 4th floor of the Tower of Time, this impact turned into a voice, "I'm the Origin Dragon Servant. Come to the 3rd Era Grotto as soon as possible and save us." Crack, crack. The moment the voice stopped, the crack instantly closed. Then, the sphere rapidly collapsed and shrank. Finally, it condensed into an ordinary key in a very short period. With a clank, it fell to the ground and recovered its original look. Origin Dragon Servant. This was the first Origin Dragon Servant. Originally, Long Chen was only looking for the blood essence of the Tai Chi life-form dragon. He had never imagined that he would find the news of the Origin Dragon Servant. In the war before the epoch, the Origin Dragon Servant and the Origin Dragon Servant had disappeared. There was no news of them until now. However, this key suddenly told Long Chen to go to the 3rd Era Grotto to save him. "Kitten, come here." Long Chen summoned Kitten and the other Origin Dragon servants. As they knew that Long Chen had obtained the key, the Origin Dragon servants had not been running around recently. Instead, they were waiting for Long Chen's news. Now that there was news, Long Chen hurriedly called them over. Since they had the memories before the epoch, he had to rely on them. After they arrived, Long Chen told them everything that had happened. Origin Dragon Servant. Hearing this news, the Origin Dragon servants were very excited. After all, the Origin Dragon servant was their leader. Before the epoch, the Origin Dragon servant was a human who had reached the ancestor realm on the dragon sacrificial continent. Among the Origin Dragon servants, the Origin Dragon servant and the Origin Dragon servant were the most powerful. The Origin Dragon servant was as mysterious as the first ancestor dragon. The Origin Dragon servant rarely contacted them. They didn't even know much about the Origin Dragon servant. There's actually news of him. He's still alive. While they were getting excited, Longchen asked, "What is the third epoch's Yuan Stone Cave?" This was the key point. Longchen naturally wanted to go to the so-called Third Era Grotto. Of course, Longchen had already retained all the characteristics of the sphere that had appeared previously. He would go and find this planet. However, before that, he had to know what the Third Era Grotto was. Unexpectedly, the Origin Dragon servants shook their heads. They actually didn't know. Longchen knew that the origin of the divine dragons was also called the Ancestral Dragon Grotto. However, that had nothing to do with the Third Era. The Ancestral Dragon Grotto was born even earlier, in the First Era. At this time, Kitten shook his head and said, "I seem to have some impression of it. This place is a legend." After all, the Origin Dragon servants weren't ancestor gods. They didn't know much. Hurry up and say it. Don't keep me in suspense. Longchen was also anxious. After all, the Origin Dragon servants' words were urgent. He needed Longchen to quickly go to this place and save them. Then, in the Third Era, the Void Aeon Dragon came out of the Ancestral Dragon Grotto and became the younger brother of the two ancestor dragons. At the same time, it was said that another grotto was born in the myriad worlds at that time. It wasn't the Ancestral Dragon Grotto, so it was called the Third Era Origin Grotto. Legend has it that the Third Era Origin Grotto is actually a world. A world without a creator ancestor god. It's different from the dragon sacrificial continent. However, it is a legend after all. Perhaps the only ones who have seen that grotto are the three ancestor dragons. In any case, I don't know. In my era, the so-called Third Era Origin Grotto has long since disappeared. This was naturally a grotto that only the ancestor gods had heard of. Mortals, gods, and devils couldn't come into contact with it. After all, it was too distant. In the distant Third Era, the myriad worlds were still in a barren era without a single living being. In the Fourth Era, the myriad worlds truly flourished, and the Fourth Era worlds were born one after another. There's actually such a world? A world born directly from the heavens and earth without a creator god? The Origin Dragon servant said that there's a Third Era Grotto, so the legend must be true. The grotto definitely exists and has never disappeared. There might really be a magical world inside. Longchen believed in this legend. Basically, there's no mistake. The dragon servants thought so too. This key might be able to open the Third Era Origin Grotto and rescue the Origin Dragon servant. Or perhaps there are other existences. And the Third Era Origin Grotto should exist on such a planet. Fortunately, Longchen had copied the appearance of the sphere. Now, he could mass-produce it for everyone to search for this planet. After all, the myriad worlds were so huge, and such planets were so common. If they were to search for it themselves, it would take a long time. There was strength in numbers. It should look like this. The god of Taisu nodded and said, "All right, everyone will work hard on this matter. We will split up and each take a few dragons to search the myriad worlds." Although it was the era of the ancestor god, the myriad worlds were still the same. They could travel the myriad worlds at any time, as long as they didn't enter other people's worlds. If they encountered the ancestor god wouldn't be so bored as to deal with them. It wouldn't be a problem for them to search the myriad worlds. After all, this would definitely save a lot of time. All right. The dragon attendants were also excited, and they immediately got to work. In an instant, everyone set off. This matter was mainly handled by the dragon attendants, and Long Chen was naturally also searching. However, he had to tell some details to the primordial war ancestor and the others. After all, he was afraid that he would be assassinated by the chaotic whole ancestor and the others when he went out to search. If he was killed silently, it would be even more meaningless. Action. After communicating with the primordial war ancestor, because this was a matter of the dragon sacrificial continent and was closely related to Long Chen, the primordial war ancestor said, "No problem, you can search as much as you want. Of course, I will stay by your side and look around with you. My search range is also wider than yours." Thank you, primordial war ancestor. With his support and understanding, it would probably be faster. The Third Era Origin Grotto. Such a place is probably interesting. After all, it's a world that was born before me. What would be inside? The primordial war ancestor was very curious. Long Chen was even more so. Because that grotto appeared before the ancient blood spiritual dragon and the others. Chapter 35:15. When Long Chen went to discuss the Third Era's Yuan Grotto with the primordial war ancestor, he didn't know that another group of Fourth Era ancestral gods had gathered together. Of course, all of their conversations were private. With the presence of the chaotic whole ancestor, there were 6 people last time, but this time, the number had increased to 7. Let us welcome the Sheiji monster ancestor to our united camp. We have a common goal. The Sheiji monster ancestor did not attend the meeting of the 7 last time, but after the 6th era's ranking battle, the Sheiji monster beast came with the chaotic whole ancestor. "I'm late," the Sheiji monster ancestor said politely. "It's never too late as long as you're willing to stand up. In the future, there will be more wise people who will join us," one of the 4th era ancestral gods said. After chatting for a while, the chaotic whole ancestor said in front of everyone, "Everyone has seen what happened in the ranking battle. First of all, his potential and speed of improvement are terrifying. It hasn't been long, but he's already at the peak of the 6th era ancestral gods. In terms of combat power, it won't take long for him to catch up to us or even surpass us. For him, the gap between us is only a matter of 2 eras." This was the reason why the 4th era ancestral gods were panicking. Secondly, I originally thought that this would be a chance for us to kill him. I did something to the bull demon ancestor and the sword ancestor Tong Tian, but I never thought that he would be able to detect it. I believe that none of you noticed it. Those 2 times, he chose to escape from the battlefield and admit defeat. Obviously, it can't be a coincidence. It's really difficult for us to kill him. Indeed, even the other 4th era ancestral gods present did not notice the chaotic whole ancestor's plan. The fact that Long Chen had escaped this calamity was really a form of panic for them. At this time, the Sheiji monster ancestor said, "Actually, I think that his improvement is really fast. From the looks of it, one day, he will surpass us, or even reach the level of the 3rd era. Of course, it's just a possibility, so there's no need to be too nervous. Moreover, Long Chen has a good reputation in the myriad worlds. If he's above us, he probably won't kill us. Besides, he's also a great hero of the myriad worlds." The Sheiji monster ancestor had just arrived, so his goal was not completely unified with everyone. First, Long Chen already knows that we're going to attack him, so there's no way out now. His reputation in the myriad worlds is indeed good, but don't forget that there's something terrifying about his character. He'll seek revenge for the smallest grievance. He knows that we're obstacles in his way, so if he surpasses us, he'll definitely take revenge. At that time, the 7 of us here won't have a good ending, but the primordial war ancestor will be happy. The other person was divine ancestor Kitagarbha from the realm of gods. He said, "Everyone knows that the 10 great ancestral dragons ruled the myriad worlds a century ago. Everything in the myriad worlds was decided by them, and we had no power at all. That's why their wrong decisions led to the rise of the sky-devouring clan, the fall of the myriad worlds, and the near extinction of the myriad worlds. The 10 great ancestral dragons made the decision together, but Long Chen is only one person. Now, when Long Chen becomes the ancestral dragon of the third era, when his power alone can fight against all of us, he'll definitely rule the myriad worlds, and the myriad worlds will be ruled by one person. That's right. In the Ancestral Gods Alliance, the majority has the right to speak, and everyone has the right to make decisions. This can ensure the peace of the myriad worlds to the greatest extent, and not everyone has to obey Long Chen. He was once a meritorious minister of the myriad worlds, but if he rules the myriad worlds, he'll be the sinner of the myriad worlds. Even the ancestral gods of the fourth era were frightened by Long Chen's performance. Today, they came here to discuss because they felt absolutely insecure. For the sake of the myriad worlds, we have to stop his advancement. We can't let him grow any stronger. Moreover, the battle has already begun from the moment he found out that we were going to kill him. We have no way out. If we let him grow now, the primordial war ancestor and the others will deliberately curry favor with Long Chen when he's strong enough to fight against us. They might be able to live freely, but will definitely die. The primordial war ancestor is just a dog. He chose to curry favor with Long Chen at this time, and he's very ambitious. He probably wants to use Long Chen's future power to give us a hard time. Recently, he's been very complacent. He's also a stumbling block for us to maintain the stability of the myriad worlds. That's right, we have to punish him. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation. Upon hearing this, the Shoji demon ancestor didn't say anything. He could clearly feel the fourth era's ancestral god's fear of Long Chen. In fact, he felt the same way. What should we do next? The chaotic whole wizard ancestor was already prepared for this question. He said, I've thought about it, and there are 3 points. First, regarding Long Chen, even among the fourth era's ancestral gods, there are some who disagree with us. For example, the primordial war ancestor firmly supports Long Chen and wants Long Chen to unify the myriad worlds. In order to prevent the myriad worlds from falling into a one-man dictatorship, we have to unite more fourth era's ancestral gods and strengthen our team. We have 7 people now, but we need at least 10 people to ensure that we can kill Long Chen. At the very least, we can't let him grow any stronger. Second, we still need to think of a more perfect way to kill Long Chen. Therefore, from today onwards, we have to monitor his whereabouts and find a chance to kill him. If it really comes to the point of no choice, we might as well tear apart all pretense of cordiality and attack. At this point, the others neither nodded nor objected. In fact, the fact that they did not object was a sign of support. As for the third point, I've been tricked by Long Chen. I didn't expect that his purpose of participating in the Ranking God tournament was actually for the mysterious key that I obtained by chance. Some ancestral gods were still unaware of this point. So that's the case. He didn't leave a single trace and even used our means to conceal himself. This Long Chen is really too scheming. We can't let him get away with it. The chaotic whole wizard ancestor continued, Long Chen has been searching for the inheritance left behind by the other ancestral gods, so the mysterious key must be related. I didn't expect that he would definitely go back to open something after obtaining the key. This time, we can't let him get another inheritance. Therefore, we must keep a close eye on him and destroy the ancestral dragon's inheritance when necessary. Even if we have to fight with the other fourth era's ancestral gods, as long as we can stop Long Chen from becoming stronger, it won't be a problem. No problem. He dared to scheme against us. This time, we must stop him. Since we've already shed all pretense of cordiality, what's there to be afraid of? These 3 points were somewhat similar to the 3 points of the primal chaos ancestral god against Long Chen. Of course, Long Chen didn't know about this. Accompanied by the primal chaos ancestral god, he had already begun searching for the third era's origin grotto. Under the leadership of the dragon attendants, the mystical dragon race was also preparing to set off to the myriad worlds to search for that planet for Long Chen. The primal chaos ancestral god transmitted the news of the third era's origin grotto to the other fourth era's ancestral gods. As long as they had nothing else to do, they agreed to help. With several fourth era's ancestral gods going out together, Long Chen felt that there was no need for the dragon attendants to go out. Indeed, after a few days, the creation ancestor god told Long Chen that he had found the planet that Long Chen was looking for. In an instant, Long Chen and the other fourth era's ancestral gods went over. Chapter 35:16. The third epoch's origin grotto was a rather important place. Back then, it was said that there was a world in the third epoch's origin grotto. We called this world the outer world god realm, and the living beings there the outer world god race. However, no one has ever seen it. But the 10 ancestor dragons have probably seen it. It is said that this outer world god realm has no creator ancestor gods. However, it is very likely that because this world has never been attacked by the sky-devouring race, and has always been outside the infinite worlds, there will definitely be living beings that become destruction ancestor gods. As for their strength and numbers, I am not sure. Moreover, this epoch has passed, and the infinite worlds are already in such a state. I do not know what the outer world god realm is like. Through Kitten, Long Chen had a slight understanding of the things in the third epoch's origin grotto. It was a place of legend back then, and it was very likely to be reality now. After all, the legends of the ancestor gods had their roots. Especially since the origin dragon attendant had already asked him to go to the third epoch's origin grotto to find him. The third epoch's origin grotto was the outer world god realm. A world that was isolated from the infinite worlds. It did not even have much interaction with the infinite worlds. Moreover, it was a world without a creator ancestor god. It was born from the infinite worlds, and not created by the creator ancestor gods. Long Chen and many of the fourth epoch's ancestor gods were gathered in the death realm. When they heard that the creation ancestor god had found that planet, they all arrived. 7 fourth epoch's ancestor gods. In such a short time, it was not easy to get the other fourth epoch's ancestor gods to join the team. After all, they did not realize that the ancestor gods of the infinite worlds would probably start a civil war because of Long Chen. Moreover, it would be a super civil war. Long Chen and the 7 fourth epoch's ancestor gods gathered, and then the creation ancestor god led them to the place she mentioned. Naturally, they needed Long Chen's confirmation. After appearing in a death realm dragon gate in the southern starfield, everyone quickly headed there. After traveling for about 15 minutes, with the speed of the fourth epoch's progenitor gods, they arrived at their destination. This place was also barren. There were desolate planets everywhere. Occasionally, there would be deities who would meditate here and challenge their limits. Most of the time, no one would go to such a place. There were countless places like this in the myriad worlds, and this was just one of them that wasn't worth mentioning. This is it. After passing through many similar stars, ancestor god creation pointed to a grayish-black star. That was his discovery. Long Chen looked over and saw that it was not a big star, and it could not accommodate 10,000 people. There were hundreds of such stars in the surroundings, and they were all about the same size and appearance. From this, it could be seen that if one had not seen the planet transformed by the key, it would be impossible to find this place. After Long Chen got closer, he carefully observed the patterns on the planet. The mountain ranges, faults, abysses, and countless potholes on the planet. Even the rocks and gravel were exactly the same as the planet transformed by the key. Ancestor God creation's discovery was trustworthy. Long Chen understood the creation laws very well, and it had an important relationship with the infinite world stars. That's right, this is it. The 7 fourth epoch's progenitor gods surrounded the unremarkable star in front of them. This star is no different from the others. If you saw it on a normal day, you would not know that it is actually related to the third epoch's Yuan stone. Ancestor God Primordial Chaos sighed. Maybe I can directly destroy this star. Who knows what will happen? Let Long Chen use the key. This time, the fourth epoch's progenitor gods had come to help Long Chen. They would enter the outer world divine realm with Long Chen and help Long Chen rescue the origin dragon attendants. With their help, Long Chen was naturally very relaxed. These were all fourth epoch's progenitor gods, the strongest existences below the ancestral dragon before the epoch. In the outer world divine realm, it was impossible for there to be existences stronger than them. After entering, completing the mission would probably be a matter of an instant. With the help of the fourth epoch's progenitor gods, it was simply too easy. Long Chen was now basically not worried about the future. He had to thank these ancestor gods who chose to protect him at this time. Otherwise, even the Chaos Whole Ancestor could dictate Long Chen's life and death. Actually, there is no need for all of us to enter. Let's leave 3 people behind to watch over the infinite worlds. If those people on the dragon sacrificial continent go crazy, they might also cause trouble. Chaos Ancestor God said. Indeed, we have to be on guard. If the Chaos Whole Ancestor and the others knew that Long Chen and the 7 fourth epoch's progenitor gods had disappeared, they might act recklessly. After all, they had even done something like killing Long Chen. Then I'll stay. Fate Star Ancestor said. Although he was also very curious about the outer world divine realm, someone had to stay. Then I'll stay as well. Ancestor God Creation also said. The last to stay was Primordial Chaos Ancestor God. He was relatively indifferent and naturally could do anything. Only Chaos Ancestor God, Primordial War Ancestor, Soul Origin Ancestor, and Hexapath Ancestor were left. They prepared to enter the outer world divine realm with Long Chen. The problem now was to figure out how to use the key on this planet. The 8 of them began to search for a method on this planet. Who knew? There might be some details on this planet. The key point was no longer the planet itself, but a certain position on this planet. Therefore, even if they destroyed this planet, they would definitely not be able to reach their destination. If Long Chen were to search by himself, it would definitely be very difficult, but now that there were 7 fourth epoch's progenitor gods, it was much easier. About half a day later, Chaos Ancestor God summoned everyone. It should be here. Following Chaos Ancestor God's instructions, Long Chen saw what he was referring to. It was a rock buried deep in the ground. It was only half a meter in diameter and not very large, but when this extremely ordinary rock was cut open, there was a groove within it. Long Chen could tell at a glance that the groove perfectly fit the mysterious key. That's right. After confirming it, they prepared to open it. Primordial Chaos, Creation, and Fate likely did not know what would happen, so they moved aside. They let Long Chen and the others try it out. Ready. Long Chen was still very curious. With such a lineup around him, he was very relaxed. At this moment, he was about to place the key into the groove when suddenly, there was a sudden clap of thunder. Wait! Far away in the starry sky, there was a sudden surging sound that nearly caused Long Chen to lose the key. This was definitely the voice of the fourth epoch's progenitor god. That was why Long Chen was so shocked. It directly affected Long Chen's opening of the outer world god domain. When he looked up, one by one, the fourth epoch's progenitor gods appeared. There were a total of 10. Including the 7 around Long Chen, it meant that all the fourth epoch's progenitor gods were gathered here. This made Long Chen realize that trouble was about to descend. Someone was definitely watching him, and just as he was about to succeed, someone had gathered all the fourth era's primordial ancestral gods and brought them here. Such a lineup was definitely meant to stop Long Chen. Shwa shwa shwa. The 10 fourth epoch's progenitor gods all came to his side. The strongest lineup of the myriad worlds was here. Among them, Chaos Cave Ancestor and Emperor Ancestor stared at the key in Long Chen's hand and the grooved rock. They could not help but sneer. After all, they had come in time to stop Long Chen. Don't act rashly. Among these 10 progenitor gods, there must be someone who believes in us. Chaos Ancestral God first reminded Long Chen. In fact, he had always thought that the fourth epoch's progenitor gods must not start a war. Now that they were here, it was better to discuss. Once a war broke out, it would be a split, which would have a huge impact on the myriad worlds. Long Chen also knew that he had to be calm at this time. Moreover, if the other side also had a camp, he must not push those who were wavering to the other side. After all, if the other side had 10 people, then apart from the fifth epoch's progenitor gods, they could even vote to punish Longchen directly. In any case, that was an absolutely disadvantageous situation. At this time, both sides looked at each other in dismay. The Chaos Hole Shaman ancestor naturally stepped forward. He stood not far from Longchen and said with a smile, "The 7 ancestor gods and Longchen seem to be hiding some sort of secret. May I ask what that secret is?" "This is the key you got from me. This seems to be the key's socket. What will happen if you insert it?" Chapter 35:17. The chaotic hole ancestor's question put Longchen and the others in a difficult position. Longchen pondered for a moment. If the truth was that it was the outer world divine realm, then with the fourth era's ancestral gods ruling over the myriad worlds, they would definitely want to go in and take a look. It would be fine if he rescued the origin dragon attendant, but if the origin dragon's soul of the Tai Chi life-form dragon was inside, then some of the fourth era's ancestral gods would want to stop him. It would probably lead to a huge war. After all, it was outside the myriad worlds. However, under such circumstances, in order to prevent all the fourth era's ancestral gods from siding with them, it was best not to start a conflict. If not, then it would be a conflict. After the chaotic hole ancestor's question, there was a long silence. At this time, another fourth era's ancestral god said, "We are all in the myriad worlds, and we are all in the Ancestral Gods Alliance. I think it's better to share any new discoveries. If there is something special, I don't think the 7 of you should monopolize it. The myriad worlds are the myriad worlds shared by all the creator gods. Don't worry, we won't take anything that doesn't belong to us." Without a doubt, although the 10 fourth era's ancestral gods had come with the chaotic hole ancestor, they might not all be on his side. However, one thing was certain. They didn't want to be kept in the dark. Since they were here, they had to know the truth. If they didn't say anything, they would really push all the fourth era's ancestral gods to their side. Longchen hesitated for a moment and discussed with the 7 ancestral gods about the outer world divine realm. He had no choice but to say it. At this time, Longchen told them about the third era's origin grotto. In the end, he said, "I've asked all of you to come with me for the sake of rescuing the dragon attendant who was once the number 1 ancestral dragon of my divine dragon clan. It couldn't be any better if all of you are willing to assist me. This isn't because we found some treasure and want to monopolize it. I think you can understand that. However, I feel that the outer world deity realm is a peaceful world after all. It has existed for such a long time. From my point of view, my goal this time is to rescue the origin dragon attendant. It's best not to affect the peace of this world, much less cause a conflict between the 10,000 worlds and the outer world deity realm. What do you all think?" That was what worried him. If so many fourth epoch primordial ancestor gods entered, once they clashed with the other party, the infinite realms would definitely crush the outer realm divine realm. Longchen did not want to cause the people of that world to be plunged into misery and suffering because of him. That would be a grave sin. In fact, the chaotic cave ancestor had guessed that Longchen was looking for the ancestral dragon's inheritance. However, he hadn't expected that it would turn out to be a person. To him, the origin dragon's servant was insignificant. He had come to stop Longchen from obtaining the legacy item. As for now, of course, he had to go in together. Everything else was just an illusion. He was also very interested in the outer world god domain, so it was definitely better to go in first. He said, "So that's how it is. It seems like we misunderstood you and thought that you were doing something privately. However, the so-called Third Era Yuan Grotto is also a part of the Infinite Worlds. Right now, the Infinite Worlds are under the control of the Ancestor Gods Alliance. Therefore, this brand new world to us must be explored and supervised by the Ancestor Gods Alliance. Therefore, although you obtained the key and found this place, the key was found by me first. Therefore, I think that since we are all gathered here today, let's go into the outer world god domain together and have a look. Do you all agree? Since he had asked this question, it was obvious that such a magical place had suddenly appeared, and it might be related to resources. No ancestral god would be willing to be left behind, let alone those who wanted to control the infinite realms. Under the chaotic cave ancestors' inquiry, at least 10 ancestral gods who had just arrived expressed their desire to go in and have a look. In this way, the Chaos Ancestral God and the others could not stop them. Sacred Ancestor Kitagarbha said, "Then let's go in together. Long Chen, you go and save your people. I think the Primordial War ancestors and the others will help you. As for us, let's go and have a look at this magical world that was born in the third epoch. After all, its history is longer than ours." This was already the result. Even if Long Chen was extremely unwilling to let them go in, and even if something major might happen inside, which might even cause the ancestral gods of the fourth epoch to kill each other, or even destroy the outer world god domain, all of this was already beyond Long Chen's control. After all, for him, the ancestral gods of the fourth epoch were too powerful. "That's the only way," the Chaos Ancestral God said to Long Chen. He was a stubborn person, but at this time, he chose to compromise. This showed that the current situation was indeed disadvantageous. Perhaps the Chaos Ancestral God was also very helpless against these short-sighted ancestral gods of the fourth epoch. Yes. Long Chen understood. He just didn't know what kind of impact this group of people would have on the outer world god domain. At this time, the ancestral gods surrounded them. The key was in Long Chen's hands, but no one came to snatch it. After all, it was not the time to fight head-on. Under the gaze of the ancestral god of the fourth epoch, Long Chen held the rock in one hand and the key in the other. Without saying a word, he inserted the key into the hole and turned it a little. With a click, the rock changed. Time was extremely short. Swoosh! In an extremely short period of time, the rock exploded and completely disappeared. Along with it, Long Chen and the key in his hand disappeared as if they had never existed. As for the ancestral gods of the fourth epoch, they were still in the same place. They were stunned for a moment before looking around in astonishment. Long Chen had disappeared, but they were still there. How dare he go in without permission? The Chaos Cave Ancestor reacted and was instantly enraged. "Calm down. No one expected this situation, and he definitely doesn't know about it either. After all, it's a huge risk for him to go in alone. Even we didn't sense any signs, let alone him." The Chaos Ancestral God suppressed the Chaos Cave Ancestor with his voice. In fact, Long Chen didn't tell him that such a thing would happen. Previously, Long Chen was prepared to go in with the 7 of them. At that time, it would be so fast and he would be alone. If that was the case, Long Chen would definitely have told him in advance. Obviously, he didn't know about it. At this time, the Chaos Cave Ancestor reacted and roughly understood that this situation was absolutely an accident. For a moment, everyone looked at each other. Forget it, let him save his clansmen first. If he succeeds and returns, we might have a chance to go in and take a look. There's no other way now, the Creation Ancestral God said lightly. Even if we don't have such luck. The 10 ancestral gods who came with the Chaos Cave Ancestor didn't all have the same idea as him. At this time, seeing such an accident happen, they gave up. As the Creation Ancestral God said, when Long Chen returned, they might have a chance to go in and take a look. They were only interested in the divine realm of the outer realm. The Chaos Cave Ancestor and the others were extremely angry, but at this time, the Chaos Ancestral God and the others left, and the other fourth-era ancestral gods didn't stay here either. Now that there was nothing left, they definitely couldn't go in again. Damn it! Under the anger of the Chaos Cave Ancestor, the entire planet turned to ashes, but there was nothing related to the divine realm of the outer realm in the ashes. Inside, Long Chen will definitely obtain the ancestral dragon's inheritance and become stronger. This time, we're passive. The Chaos Witch Ancestor said angrily. Not necessarily. Didn't he say that this third era Yuan stone has not been affected by the sky-devouring clan and has always been hidden in the myriad worlds? It's a world of its own. Although there is no creation ancestral god, there is a stable environment that can give birth to many destruction ancestral gods. If the level of the world is high enough, there will definitely be many powerful destruction ancestral gods. This is also the reason why he asked the 7 of them to go in with him. Yes. If the destruction ancestral gods inside are indeed powerful, and he wants to save his clansmen, he will definitely stand on the opposite side of those destruction ancestral gods. Once there is a conflict, he might die in battle. If he dies in battle, it will really be a happy ending. This is very likely to happen. Let's pray that he dies. Or, he might not come out. He will be imprisoned there and so on. We just need to wait. Thinking of this, although they could still follow the divine realm of the outer realm, they were in a good mood. Not long after, they directly dispersed. On the other side, the Chaos Ancestral God and the others relaxed their brows. Actually, letting him go in by himself is actually a good thing. Yes, he can gain more experience and become stronger. He also said that the origin dragon soul of the Tai Chi life-form dragon might be inside. Once he obtains it, he will have 3 ancestral dragons in one body. At that time, he will probably be able to fight against the 5th era ancestral god. The primordial war ancestor was most concerned about Long Chen. He said, if the experts inside are too strong, then it will be dangerous. After all, he is on the opposite side of those experts. The Chaos Ancestral God said, there is no need to worry about this. I believe in Long Chen. Let him create miracles inside. That's true. During this period of time, we need to prevent the Chaos Cave Ancestor and the others from acting recklessly. First, it is to help Long Chen guard the dragon sacrificial continent. Second, everyone saw today's situation. The 10 of them came together, which means that the Chaos Cave Ancestor and the others are the same as us. If we rope in others, once they outnumber us, we will be in danger. So, we need to talk to them more. With them around, Long Chen was very assured about the dragon sacrificial continent. That's right, it was unbelievable. He never thought that he would actually come here alone. That's right, the world he was currently in was the 3rd era grotto. Right, the divine realm of the outer realm. This was a world that was isolated from the rest of the world. It was so isolated that even the sky-devouring race did not know of its existence. Because of this place was like a paradise without any traces of destruction. The origin dragon servant was here. Chapter 35:18. 3rd Era Yuan Stone Cave. From the name, Stone Cave, this place was definitely related to stone. Long Chen used the key to open the rock, and the place where he appeared was the 3rd Era Yuan Stone Cave, the edge of the outer realm divine realm. First of all, there was an endless rock wall behind him. This was an ancient rock that was born in the 3rd era. Without the destruction of the sky-swallowing clan, it still maintained its original appearance. From the beginning, Long Chen's attention was completely focused on the rock behind him. He touched the endless rock wall and felt endless emotions. So this outer realm divine realm is a world similar to a hollow egg. This rock wall that surrounded the entire world was the eggshell. It is also because of the protection of this eggshell that the myriad worlds are separated from the outer world god domain. I just don't know how strange and thick this rock wall is. The outer world god domain of the outer world god domain actually can't break it and reach the outside world. Long Chen guessed that as long as he broke through the rock wall that surrounded the entire outer realm divine realm, the myriad worlds and this world would be connected as one. It's possible that this rock wall is too hard. Even the strongest experts here can't break through it. It's possible that this wall is protected by the heavens and earth. It's not something that can be destroyed by ancestral gods. It's even possible that the experts here aren't willing to destroy it. To be honest, Long Chen's heart itched. He wanted to give it a try, but he definitely couldn't. Coming to this world that he had been in for a long time with such an identity, he would definitely receive great rejection. If he caused a commotion, it might be even more troublesome. Thus, before understanding this world, the best way was of course to conceal himself and figure out this place first. I just don't know how many experts there are in this outer realm, divine realm. There was one thing that did not exceed Long Chen's expectations. After coming here, he lost his connection to the life and death realms, the time tunnel, and the dragon devil ancient tomb. He could no longer escape into these worlds. However, the divine nations could still be opened, but the divine nations could not establish a connection with the life and death realms. This meant that the range of the ancestral dragon's world was also separated by this rock wall. If he could enter again, he would bring the elder gods into the divine kingdom first. However, it probably wouldn't be that easy, because the key in Long Chen's hand was already gone, and the black hole which Ancestor had already destroyed the outside world. In fact, Long Chen didn't even know how to get out. But he couldn't care less about that for now. He tried his best to hide his aura and even used the Dark Shadow Dream Dragon's ability to turn himself into a normal person before heading towards the outer world divine realm. The entire outer world divine realm was covered in a pure white mist. It was very difficult to see what was there from afar. However, this dense fog was, in fact, extremely dense spiritual energy. This level of spiritual qi is about the same as the current dragon sacrificial continent, which is equivalent to the 5th era before the 1st era. This is only the periphery, yet it's already so dense. Perhaps the inner core might even be comparable to the 4th era's ancestor realm. Such a world might really be able to give birth to the 4th era's ancestor god of destruction. Of course, this was Long Chen's guess. It wasn't that easy to destroy an ancestor god. In the entire universe, only Kitten had reached the 6th era's ancestor realm, and at that time, he was still in the more glorious dragon sacrificial continent. Destroying an ancestor god didn't mean that one could reach the level of the world. Long Chen estimated that the entire outer world divine realm was probably equivalent to the level between the 4th era and the 5th era. It wasn't comparable to the top, but it was more than comparable to the bottom. If he walked a little further, he would be able to see the real world of the outer world divine realm. Sure enough, it was similar to Long Chen's estimation. The current outer world divine realm was more glorious and vast than the current dragon sacrificial continent. The spiritual energy in the periphery of the world was about the same as the primordial dragon spirit on the dragon sacrificial continent, but the interior should be higher. Vaguely, Long Chen saw more than a dozen huge stars in the core of the outer world divine realm. Each star's size was estimated to be the same as the current origin chaotic divine realm. Of course, these were relatively large, and there were also slightly smaller ones, but they were definitely not small. Of course, this might just be the tip of the iceberg in this world. First, I'll go to a giant star and understand a little about the entire outer world divine realm. I'll even ask about the origin dragon attendant before deciding on my next step. This was exactly Long Chen's plan. Of course, the first world he chose was basically the smallest world in his field of vision. It was slightly weaker. It would probably be easier to explore. In fact, the giant stars that he could sense all had life on them. There weren't many of them, but they were all very refined. For example, the world that Long Chen chose now. With a glance, he discovered that although there were only about 1 trillion lives on it, there were basically no mortal spirits. All of them were gods. The overall level of the entire world was very high. I believe that the other worlds are the same. Long Chen was already prepared to enter this world. It was very likely that there was an existence that could destroy the ancestor god in this world. In order not to alarm him for the time being, Long Chen didn't try to sense his existence. Otherwise, if the other party was strong enough, he would be able to detect him in an instant. He had to understand this place first before he had the confidence to meet the ancestor god of destruction here. He turned into a speck of dust and fell from the sky. It was insignificant. This was a pitch-black giant star, but it was not made of rock. Instead, it was made of jade. That's right, the entire giant star actually looked like a spherical piece of jade. It was just that it was too huge. It was even translucent, and one could see deep into it. Long Chen could even see the core of this giant star. A world made out of a piece of jade. This was also a place that was different from the infinite worlds. When Long Chen gradually arrived in this world, he made a second major discovery. The life forms here were actually completely different from those in the infinite worlds. Although they still looked like humans, they were fundamentally different. The gods and demons of the infinite worlds were made up of flesh and blood, and their divine bodies were warm. However, the life forms here had the same divine bodies as the entire giant planet. They were made up of black jade. Although they also had bones, organs, bloodlines, eyes, noses, and ears, they were fundamentally different from the life forms of the infinite worlds. However, in the infinite worlds, the primordial war ancestors' steel race was also different from the life of the infinite worlds. Their bodies were made out of steel, and other than their essence, they were no different from the life of the infinite worlds. Hence, the appearance of the outer world's celestial race was completely acceptable to Long Chen. It's just that it's a life of flesh and blood. It's just a life of jade. There's nothing special about it. Very soon, Long Chen arrived at the surface of the giant planet. The mountains and rivers here were also closely related to the jades. However, Long Chen, who was an outsider, felt that there was not much difference between the jades and the mountains. He quickly turned from a speck of dust into an ordinary life of jade, which was a god. He wore the clothing of the outer world's celestial race and became a part of this place. Done. The disguise was complete. He tried to go to a gathering place and communicate with the people here. There was no problem at all. Although the essence of life was different, their social forms, emotions, love, hate, and so on were all the same. Obviously, this world had not been attacked by the sky-swallowing race. It was peaceful and quiet. After blending in, Long Chen came to this place where many life of jade gathered to understand this world. He desperately needed more. After staying here for a while, he became familiar with the people around him. Through a series of inquiries, he understood that he had a certain level of familiarity with the outer world celestial race and the outer world celestial realm. In reality, he was still very surprised. The entire outer world celestial realm has a total of more than 300 superstars, which is equivalent to 300 worlds. Of course, they call each world a celestial realm. For example, this is the Black Jade Celestial Realm. Chapter 35:19. The trees of the outer realm divine domain were also different from those of the myriad worlds. They were similar in shape, but they were essentially made of black jade. Therefore, they were black and crystalline. They shimmered with a misty light, making them look very interesting and magical. Long Chen was sitting on a branch of a large tree on a tall mountain. Beside him was a youth. Although he was a youth, he was already a primordial realm divine lord. He was a youth from a nearby tribe and had met Long Chen here. Previously, he had encountered a ferocious beast born in the outer realm divine domain and nearly lost his life. It was Long Chen who had saved him, so he treated Long Chen as his benefactor. The two sat together. The youth said, amongst the 300 deities, our Black Jade deity realm is ranked in the bottom 20. Therefore, our Black Jade god race will lose a lot of face when we leave this place. Therefore, I, Nuwa, dream of one day becoming an elder god, breaking the legend that a deity realm can only give birth to a single elder god. I will strengthen my Black Jade god race, and allow my Black Jade god race to be able to hold our heads high. A divine domain could only give birth to one ancestor god. In other words, there were a total of 300 ancestor gods of destruction in the outer realm divine domain. This number was truly high. Even before the epoch, the total number of ancestor gods of destruction in the myriad worlds probably didn't even reach 300. From the looks of it, it's easier for an ancestor god of destruction to be born in a world without a creator god. It should be the creator god restricting the development of the ancestor gods of destruction and limiting their resources. For example, the dragon sacrificial continent was the world of the 10 ancestor dragons. No matter how much Kitten broke through, the power he could control was given to him by the 10 ancestor dragons. It was impossible for him to exceed the dragon sacrificial continent and the ancestor gods themselves. However, the outer realm divine domain was different. Every divine domain was the foundation, and the ancestor gods didn't stand above the world. There was no world origins either. Do you think he's not powerful enough? Long Chen asked. Who is he? Nuwa asked with his head tilted. Of course, he's the ancestor god of our Black Jade divine domain. Nuwa's eyes revealed a look of worship. Of course, Celestial the Arch Black Jade is powerful. She's the ruler of our Black Jade celestial race. Without her, there wouldn't be any Black Jade celestial race. However, in the entire Jade celestial world, she's only a rank 1 ancestor god. Compared to the rulers of the other divine domains, especially those in the core positions, she's definitely not. This is why I want to strengthen the Black Jade race. The Jade God realm was their outer realm god realm, but that was their own way of saying it. Divine domain. Inner realm. Divine realm. Of world. He was now a divine lord and was working hard towards becoming a divine king, divine emperor, and godly venerable. He might succeed one day. However, the title of first-rank elder god attracted Long Chen's attention. After all, this place had always been separated from the myriad worlds, and the elder gods here were all elder gods of destruction. They had all trained here, and so they shouldn't have any concept of which epoch they were in. Nuwa, you really know a lot. Then tell me, what rank of elder god is the most powerful person in our Jade God world? Big brother Long Chen, this is something that everyone knows. How could you not know? Although Noir was puzzled, he did not doubt Long Chen. After all, Long Chen was his benefactor. Most importantly, he did not know that there were other worlds besides the Jade God realm. He did not have this kind of imagination, so he did not suspect that Long Chen was a visitor from another world. I've been living and cultivating by myself all year round. I've only interacted with the outside world recently, so I know too little, said Long Chen. I see. Then if you have any questions, you can ask me. I've read a lot of books. In the tribe, they call me the Book God. Noir was very excited. Then he began to narrate to Long Chen, I've read many things about the Jade God realm. Because the youngest elder god has a history of more than 100 million years, the information on them is relatively complete. Everyone knows about the strongest elder god in the Jade God realm. He lives in the Jade Emperor divine domain in the center of the Jade God realm. The Jade Emperor celestial race is the noblest and most powerful race in the Jade God realm. They are our emperor race. As far as I know, Heavenly Emperor Jade Emperor is an unprecedented rank 5 elder god. He is the only rank 5 elder god in the world, the only master of the Jade God realm. He has lived for hundreds of millions of years. Speaking of Heavenly Emperor Jade Emperor, Noir was so excited that he was about to jump up. He had an even greater dream, and that was to become Heavenly Emperor Jade Emperor one day. Of course, this was an exaggerated dream. There was only one Heavenly Emperor Jade Emperor, and no one could surpass his status and strength. He is the ruler of the world, the ruler of the world, the maker of all rules, the creator of the entire world, and the creator of all the divine races. Noir was so excited that his speech was incoherent. As for this, Long Chen didn't believe it. He guessed that it was just a legend. After all, Kitten had heard that the third era's Yuan stone was a world born from the heavens and earth. It had nothing to do with Heavenly Emperor Jade Emperor. However, Heavenly Emperor Jade Emperor was definitely the strongest elder god here. The elder gods here were also divided according to the origin of the world. One origin of the world was a rank 1 elder god, and 5 origin of the world should be a rank 5 elder god. Therefore, Long Chen speculated that Heavenly Emperor Jade Emperor was the 5th era's ancestral god. Among the elder gods of destruction, he had become the primordial elder god of the 5th era, surpassing the kitten of the past. This was unprecedented. From the looks of it, the Heavenly Emperor Jade Emperor was the most powerful elder god of destruction in the infinite worlds. The fifth era's ancestral god, and I'm not sure if he's equivalent to the beginning, middle, or end of an era. However, I shouldn't be able to deal with him. In the outer world, I'm an outsider. It seems that I need to keep a low profile. Perhaps the origin dragon attendant is related to Heavenly Emperor Jade Emperor. In Long Chen's opinion, Heavenly Emperor Jade Emperor was a very dangerous person and he could not fight him head-on for the time being. Heavenly Emperor Jade Emperor, the ruler of heaven and earth, has not been heard of for many years. However, we all know that he must exist at a level that we can't reach. It's also because of him that the Jade Emperor's celestial clan is the strongest clan in the world. However, even the strongest clan in the world has not been able to give birth to a second ancestral god. Noir also had certain doubts about his dream. In fact, many people laughed at him and said it was impossible for him to become an ancestral god unless Heavenly Emperor Heiyu fell. However, it would not be his turn as there were many ultimate gods after all. However, becoming an ancestral god was the dream of every god. Nuwa looked at Long Chen, scratched his head, and said a little embarrassedly, "I really want my Black Jade clan to have that kind of reputation. Nuwa, I believe you can succeed." "Really? That's great." Following that, Long Chen asked Nuwa about the specific strength distribution of the 300 ancestral gods. Although Nuwa was most interested in the ancestral gods and had studied them for hundreds of years, he only had a general idea. It seemed that there were about 160 first-order ancestral gods. There were about 80 second-order ancestral gods. There were about 30 third-order ancestral gods. There were about 10 fourth-order ancestral gods who were equivalent to the 6th era's progenitor realm. These 10 fourth-order ancestral gods were located near the Jade Emperor's celestial realm and were also very powerful. If they joined forces, even the Jade Emperor's celestial clan would have to be wary of them. Fourth-order ancestral gods had a great reputation in the Jade Emperor realm. Every fourth-order ancestral god was a legend and someone Nuwa envied. In Nuwa's heart, they were the rulers of heaven and earth. Long Chen had obtained third place in the 6th era's ancestral god battle. In fact, he might not even lose to sword ancestor Tong Tian. Therefore, these fourth-order ancestral gods should not be a match for Long Chen. The only one he had to be wary of was the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor. However, if those fourth-order ancestral gods joined forces, Long Chen would have a hard time dealing with them. Therefore, he understood that it was best not to offend the Outer Realm's celestial race. Perhaps the Origin Dragon attendants and the others were still hostages in their hands. Chapter 35-20. Noir shook his head and said, "What is this? I've never seen it before. Is it a jade beast?" It seemed that he really didn't know. Long Chen had learned most of the information he wanted from Nuwa. He felt that he should go find Celestial the Arch Black Jade and ask about the Origin Dragon attendant. He wanted to openly state his intentions. The core of the Jade God world was a dangerous place, so he had to make preparations with Celestial the Arch Black Jade and find out what the elder gods of the Jade God world thought of him. Actually, as long as he revealed his power, Celestial the Arch Black Jade would arrive in an instant. But Long Chen wanted to get to know this Celestial the Arch Black Jade first and see if he was someone worth talking to. Basically, all elder gods here had the title Celestial the Arch added to their names. Nuwa, do you know how to meet Celestial the Arch Black Jade? Nuwa replied, "You want to meet him?" "I really do, but there are too many people in the Black Jade race who want to meet him. I've been thinking of leaving the tribe recently to participate in the Black Jade sect's entrance exam and become a disciple. Although it's very difficult, I still want to give it a try. The Black Jade sect is the largest sect in the Black Jade divine realm, far surpassing the other sections. It gathers the most heaven-defying geniuses of the entire divine realm, all of them famous throughout the world. That's my dream as well. Rumor has it that only in the Black Jade sect can one meet Celestial the Arch Black Jade, because the Black Jade sect was founded by Celestial the Arch Black Jade. Long Chen now understood. He planned to go take a look at the Black Jade sect. Niwa, I have to go. Long Chen was quite fond of this ambitious youth. You're about to leave, benefactor. Until we meet again. Niwa wasn't sad about the separation. Hold on to your dream. One day, you will succeed. Long Chen patted him on the shoulder. He had left something on Niwa that would allow him to be reborn. At the very least, it would give him the aptitude to enter the Black Jade sect. He didn't dare say anything about becoming an elder god, but if he worked hard in the future, it was possible for him to become a godhead. Goodbye. Long Chen left him. Not long after, Long Chen arrived at the Black Jade Celestial Domain, the holy land of the Black Jade Celestial race, the Black Jade sect. A single sect ruled the entire Celestial Domain. This was actually the weapon that Heavenly Emperor Black Jade used to control the entire Celestial Domain. It was also the Black Jade God race's best training ground. It was equivalent to the dragon cities that Long Chen was currently constructing on the dragon sacrificial continent. Other than the primal chaos heaven-devouring dragon, he had constructed 9 other dragon cities, which would be even stronger in the future. In front of him, amidst the countless mountains, there was a black city suspended in the air. That was the Black Jade sect. Outside the city, there were hundreds of millions of array diagrams surrounding the Black Jade sect. With so many array diagrams protecting it, even a godly venerable would not be able to sneak in. Long Chen indeed discovered that the entire Jade God realm seemed to be filled with battle array diagrams. For countless years, they had built countless array diagrams throughout the entire outer realm divine realm. The Black City was surrounded by countless illusory and dazzling formations of light. If one wanted to break in, one would have to destroy these array diagrams. The Black Jade sect's entry and exit was very strict. One had to be a disciple of the sect. However, with Long Chen's transformation technique, he could, of course, disguise himself as a person and enter. The entire Black Jade sect was very vast and had a strict hierarchy. Countless young men and women who pursued their dreams to become stronger worked hard to cultivate here. In order to protect their families and stand out, there were many young men like Noir. Countless passions collided here. This reminded Long Chen of the time when he entered the Sky Demon Palace and the True Martial Emperor Palace. Those were the only 2 sects he had joined. Sky Demon Palace had not been there for long, and the True Martial Emperor Palace was also his dream. However, at that time, his dream was to become stronger and then openly take Lingxi away. Today, the Black Jade sect seemed to be very lively. Everyone was busy. Their faces were brimming with excitement. Long Chen asked around and learned that in 10 days, the Black Jade sect's once in 10,000 years Black Jade Genius War will be held. All disciples of the 3670th generation will participate, and the top 10 will be chosen. The top 10 will have a chance to enter the Black Jade sect's inner sect. More importantly, Celestial the Arch Black Jade will descend on that day to personally watch the battle. This was a chance that had never been seen in previous sacred wars. Therefore, for the sake of that battle, the disciples of that generation went crazy. They believed that if they could gain the attention of Celestial the Arch Black Jade, they would be able to bring honor to their ancestors for the rest of their lives, not to mention their future prospects. Everyone went crazy, wanting to perform well in front of the ancestor god. What a coincidence. In just 10 days, Long Chen wandered around and interacted with the Black Jade sect disciples. He familiarized himself with the Jade God world and obtained more news and intelligence. For example, he had a general idea of who the rank 4 ancestor gods were and what they were good at. However, he had asked many people about the divine dragon, but no one knew. Finally, Long Chen arrived at the battlefield. He was now a senior, a divine emperor at the primordial realm. Therefore, he had his own seat to watch the battle. In the battlefield, there were many godly supremacies crowding around a tall seat. It was Celestial the Arch Black Jade's seat. Beside him was the Black Jade sect master. Rumor had it that the sect master was one of Celestial the Arch-Blackjade's personal disciples. Long Chen took a look and saw that the black-robed elder was already at the half-step martial ancestor realm. It was not bad. Following that, the Blackjade sect's sect master presided over the sacred battle of geniuses. The pace was extremely fast. At this moment, Celestial the Arch-Blackjade had yet to appear. No one paid attention to the battle and instead waited in anticipation for Celestial the Arch-Blackjade's appearance. However, rumor had it that Celestial the Arch-Blackjade would only appear when the final 100 were decided. Only when the top 10, top 3, and the champion were decided would the Celestial the Arch-Blackjade be decided. The geniuses in the battle persevered bitterly in order to meet Celestial the Arch-Blackjade. The entire battlefield was especially lively. Time passed as the battle lasted for 10 days. There were constant battles, and many young lives perished. Indeed, Celestial the Arch-Blackjade only appeared when the top 100 were decided. She descended from the sky. At that instant, all the Blackjade sect disciples went crazy. Everyone knelt on the ground piously and prostrated themselves on the ground. Their eyes were filled with reverence. Even the Blackjade sect master did the same. Celestial the Arch-Blackjade was a beautiful woman. Although her skin was also black jade, it was glossy and smooth. There was a kind of exotic beauty to it. Although she was a jade life form, she wasn't hard. Instead, she was soft and had the feeling of flesh and blood. In comparison, the beauty of a jade life form was purer. Wearing a flower-like dress, Celestial the Arch-Blackjade landed on her seat. For a moment, everyone cheered and kowtowed. They were extremely excited. For many people, this was the first time they saw Celestial the Arch-Blackjade. Even tears flowed down their cheeks. Perhaps this would be the most perfect moment in their lives. All of you, get up. Continue the battle. Celestial the Arch-Blackjade's voice was gentle but filled with boundless charm. Under her command, the disciples scrambled to their feet. They didn't dare to look at Celestial the Arch-Blackjade directly. Instead, they lowered their heads and looked at her dress and the radiance on her body. They didn't dare to stare at her face. Except for Long Chen. As expected, she's the 9th era's ancestor god of destruction. She only has one world origin. To be able to cultivate to the ancestor god realm and become the ancestor god of destruction, she could be considered powerful. Of course, she wasn't a threat to Long Chen. Long Chen was prepared to look at her a few more times. Sometimes, one could tell from her words and actions whether she was easy to talk to. Long Chen needed to consult with an ancestor god and inquire about the origin dragon attendants. Next, the youths were even more excited. For the sake of the top 10, they fought with their lives on the line. Sometimes, if they attacked too heavily, causing their opponents to be seriously injured and on the verge of death, Celestial the Arch-Blackjade would save them. It was also because of this that these people loved and respected this woman so much. After looking at her for a few days, Long Chen felt that she shouldn't have any major problems. It was time to interact with her. Finally, the sacred battle of geniuses ended. After selecting the top 10, Celestial the Arch-Blackjade personally gave them some good fortune. Then, everyone respectfully sent Celestial the Arch-Blackjade off, unable to calm their hearts for a long time. As for Long Chen, he naturally followed behind Celestial the Arch-Blackjade. He wanted to find a place where he could talk with her. 3 things. First, I did a survey half a month ago regarding the issue of updating Dragon Blood's ending. The number of readers who voted for 2 chapters on WeChat was 4 times that of 3 chapters. This means that the vast majority of readers want me to take the time to write the new book. Today is September, and it's also the day when Lunatic officially starts preparing the new book in all aspects. I'll be very busy from now on. I'll be reading a lot of information, coming up with ideas, and revising manuscripts. Dragon Blood might only last 2 chapters. I'll do my best to occasionally update 3 chapters while my body can still take it. From the WeChat votes, everyone wants Dragon Blood and the new book to be better. I hope so too. Lunatics' greatest wish now is to finish preparing the new book before Dragon Blood ends. Second, in order to thank the readers for their support, I've decided to make Dragon Blood and the new book free in September. Everyone just needs to search for 17K plus Dragon Blood on the internet to find the most authentic address. Everyone can also follow Lunatic's WeChat. Lunatic will try his best to send the link to the original book. The original book is already free, so I hope everyone will support the original book. It won't cost money, but after reading tens of millions of words, it's also good to show some sincerity in supporting the original book. Third, I'll recommend a book to everyone, The Myriad Worlds. A young man in the mountains encountered a foreign tribe that destroyed his village. After surviving, he embarked on the path of cultivation alone. He subdued demons and devils in Taoism, trained in divine weapons and battle formations, and learned the righteousness of Confucianism. With a single talisman, he subdued powerful ghosts and gods. With a single slash, he trapped ancient dragon gods, and strategized to transform millions of troops, causing all evil to bow their heads, and becoming the supreme saint. From tomorrow onwards, I'll update it at the fastest speed possible. Starting tomorrow, I'll update it at the fastest speed possible. Readers who support the book can start killing. These are the 3 things. I'll prepare to promote all the chapters of the new book for free. Chapter 35-21. She was just a 9th-era ancestor god, so it would be quite easy for Long Chen to control her. Of course, Long Chen didn't intend to have a conflict with the ancestor gods of the outer realm this time. It would be best if they could peacefully bring the origin dragon attendants and the others away. Therefore, Long Chen didn't need to use violence against Heavenly the Arch Black Jade. Everything depended on discussion. The place Heavenly the Arch Black Jade headed to should be her cultivation place. Somewhere in the Black Jade divine domain was a passage that only she could enter. That passage led to the core of the entire planet. In that location was a palace that even godly venerables couldn't reach. It was the place with the densest spiritual energy in the Black Jade divine domain. It was also where Heavenly the Arch Black Jade cultivated and lived. There was a legend of this place in the Black Jade divine domain. According to the legend, Heavenly the Arch Black Jade lived in the core of the giant planet, in a place called Black Glass Palace. Long Chen followed Heavenly the Arch Black Jade all the way to this place. Heavenly the Arch Black Jade was wearing a long dress that looked like a blooming flower as she walked along the long corridor. The surrounding ground, pillars, bricks, and tiles were all the purest black crystal. There were all kinds of patterns with the style of the Jade Divine Realm. Most of the patterns actually belonged to the graceful woman in front of him. "You've been following me for so long. Are you still not going to show yourself?" At the end of the black crystal corridor, Heavenly the Arch Black Jade suddenly turned around and said indifferently. In fact, there was nothing behind her. Of course, this was actually Long Chen's initiative to let her feel his presence. Otherwise, even if he suddenly killed her, she probably wouldn't know. Now that it was time and place to talk, Long Chen no longer hesitated. In front of Heavenly the Arch Black Jade, he naturally transformed into his original appearance. His flesh and blood body looked very different from Heavenly the Arch Black Jade's. Heavenly the Arch Black Jade could naturally sense that this strange man who suddenly appeared was actually so different. Blood energy, majestic skin, deep eyes, majestic life, these were completely different from Heavenly the Arch Black Jade and the others. The outer realm celestial race's divine body was still more cold, even more crystalline and translucent like precious jade. Don't get too worked up. I don't have any bad intentions. Long Chen made it clear after he appeared. This life form had a certain effect. After all, from Heavenly the Arch Black Jade's point of view, when another unimaginable life form appeared in this world and stood right in front of her, it was hard to imagine this kind of shock. She believed that one of the elder gods was playing a prank on her. Or perhaps it was one of those elder gods who wanted to marry her and woo her. He had never expected that there would be an existence like Long Chen. "You. Who are you?" Heavenly the Arch Black Jade tried his best to calm down, but he still looked at Long Chen with extreme vigilance. When Long Chen appeared, she discovered that although he was an unknown life form, he had the origins of a world, and his quantity exceeded hers. He was clearly stronger than her, so she couldn't rashly confront Long Chen. Long Chen's tone was gentle as he said with a smile, "First of all, it's indeed impolite to follow you here, but I wanted a place where I could talk with you in peace. Also, my appearance here today has no ill intentions towards you, the entire Black Jade God domain, or even the entire Jade God realm. Lastly, let me introduce myself. My name is Long Chen, and I come from a world outside the Jade God realm." Heavenly Emperor Black Jade would probably be calmer if he made this clear first. However, when he heard the words world outside the Jade God realm, Heavenly Emperor Black Jade's pupils shrank, showing the shock in his heart. A world outside the Jade God realm. It seems that the legend of the dragon sacrificial world is true. There really is a dragon sacrificial world. Heavenly the Arch Black Jade sucked in a breath of cold air. Dragon sacrificial world. Long Chen had never heard of this name. After all, they had always called this world the Myriad Worlds, which meant that it was a huge world formed by 10,000 worlds. He didn't expect that Heavenly the Arch Black Jade would call the Myriad Worlds a dragon sacrificial world. This meant that before the epoch, the dragon sacrificial continent ruled the Myriad Worlds, which was why such a name was born. If it were before the epoch, it wouldn't be too much to call it the dragon sacrificial world. But if it were now, the ancestor gods probably wouldn't be willing. Legend has it that the dragon sacrificial world is a world ruled by a creature called Divine Dragon. It's very vast and huge, 100 times the size of the Jade God realm. There are ancestor gods born by heaven and earth, and there are even 100 ancestor gods stronger than the Jade Emperor. That terrifying world is ruled by 10 existences called ancestor dragons, and there are a total of 10,000 worlds. Are you from this dragon sacrificial world? Heavenly the Arch Black Jade's face was still full of shock. The ancestor gods of the Jade God realm weren't willing to mention that legendary world because it was too terrifying. Moreover, they weren't willing to believe that this world existed. In their eyes, the Jade God realm was the entirety of heaven and earth, and the ancestor gods were the strongest existences in heaven and earth. It was impossible for an ancestor god born directly by heaven and earth to appear. But Long Chen appeared in front of her at this time. Although the ancestor dragon was gone, and the dragon sacrificial world was completely different from before, not as terrifying as she had imagined, Long Chen still nodded and said, "That's right, I come from the dragon sacrificial world. Of course, we call it the Myriad Worlds. Actually, you might not know this, but to us, the Jade God realm is called the Outer World Divine Domain, which means that the Jade God realm is also a part of the dragon sacrificial world, but it's hidden and very difficult to find. In our dragon sacrificial world, the Outer World Divine Domain is also a legend that not many people know about. To us, it's like a paradise. This time, I came to the Jade God realm because I wanted to find some lost items of my race." Heavenly the Arch Black Jade gritted her teeth and said, "I guess so. If the legend is true, then the Jade God realm is indeed very small compared to the dragon sacrificial world, so it's normal to be a part of it. Alright, Long Chen, I understand what you said. I have to ask you a question, but only you came to my Jade God realm. If not, how many ancestor gods would there be?" Clearly, she was worried that the dragon sacrificial world would invade the Jade God realm and bring a terrible disaster to this place. Long Chen said, "You can rest assured about this. First of all, I came here on my own. Second, the ancestor gods of the dragon sacrificial world won't be interested in this place, or they would have found their way here long ago. Third, don't worry, I also have my own world. I know what you're worried about, and I can guarantee that I will absolutely not disturb the peace of the Jade God realm. Of course, this is built on the premise that you don't express extreme malice toward me. I can only guarantee that I won't sit and wait for death. Of course, that's my bottom line. After all, I came here with a kind attitude, so I think I should be welcomed by you, right?" Long Chen's attitude was very sincere, but to be on the safe side, he didn't go into too much detail. He wanted to create the illusion that other ancestor gods could also come here, so that the destruction ancestor gods on this side would be a little afraid. After all, Long Chen could see that they were still very respectful toward the dragon sacrificial world. Alright, I believe you. Then I roughly understand. You can now tell me your purpose for coming here and why you're looking for me. Heavenly Emperor Blackjade had now calmed down. After the initial shock, his thinking was also clear. Of course, he was still on guard against Long Chen. I'm here to find my companions. Have you seen them? As he spoke, Long Chen transformed into the primordial blood spirit dragon, which was the appearance of a divine dragon. He then transformed into his human form and said, "Once, a small group of my clansmen mistakenly entered the Jade God realm. I obtained their information, so I came here to find them. I just arrived here today, so I'd like to ask Heavenly Emperor Blackjade if you've seen an existence similar to me, or the appearance I just transformed into." Just now, that was the divine dragon of the dragon sacrificial world? The expression in Heavenly Emperor Blackjade's eyes changed, and it was impossible to see what he was thinking. That's right. She shook her head and said, "You said that some of your clansmen mistakenly entered our world, but I've never seen them at all. I'm sorry, but it might be because I'm not a core ancestral god in this Jade God realm. However, since you came from the dragon sacrificial world, I should still report such an important matter to the Jade Emperor. I believe that regarding your clansmen, if there really is such a matter, he would definitely know. Moreover, as a guest from the dragon sacrificial world, it's only in accordance with the rules for the Jade Emperor to receive you. In this place, I'm just a fringe rank 1 ancestral god." This was actually a smart move. After all, Long Chen's background was too great, and he had too much influence. It was necessary for the Jade Emperor to personally make the decision. This matter had already exceeded the scope of her control. Since she didn't know anything about the origin dragon attendants, there was nothing Long Chen could do. He said, "In that case, I'll have to trouble you to introduce me to him." It was naturally better to have someone introduce him, so there wouldn't be a conflict as soon as they met. Of course, that's no problem. I'll bring you to the Jade Emperor's celestial domain right now. Recently, the Jade Emperor seems to be in the final stages of closed-door training, so I'm afraid I can only inform you of your existence after we arrive. Heavenly Emperor Blackjade readily agreed. No problem. This time, the conversation went very smoothly. Although he didn't get any information from Heavenly Emperor Blackjade, at least someone introduced him to the Jade Emperor, and he also learned about the reverence the Jade God realm had for the dragon sacrificial world. Then, he thought about it. He was only here to take away the origin dragon attendants, so there probably wouldn't be any conflict with the Jade God realm. It wouldn't matter if he met the Jade Emperor. Moreover, the 5th epoch's ancestral god shouldn't be much stronger than Long Chen, so he had an idea. Chapter 35-22. Along the way, Long Chen could be considered to have seen many exotic places. Heavenly Emperor Blackjade was beautiful and elegant. Before long, she was very familiar with Long Chen. She asked Long Chen many things about the dragon sacrificial world and the ancestor god. Clearly, she was very curious about this huge world. Long Chen told her about the worlds before the epoch. After all, he was careful. The battle with the sky-swallowing clan was complicated, and he was too lazy to explain it to Heavenly Emperor Blackjade. What kind of person is this Heavenly Emperor Jade Emperor? Heavenly Emperor Blackjade smiled. He's definitely the oldest existence in the Jade Divinity realm. When I was just born, he was already the ruler of the Jade Divinity realm. Even in my eyes, he's detached from worldly affairs. He only does 2 things in his life. The first is to maintain the stability of the Jade Divinity realm, and the second is to cultivate. With Heavenly Emperor Jade Emperor around, even rank 4 ancestor gods don't dare to mess around. The Jade God world has been in chaos a few times, but Heavenly Emperor Jade Emperor has suppressed it. Also, I heard that there are rank 6 ancestor gods. Heavenly Emperor Jade Emperor's goal is to become rank 6, so he is always cultivating. It has been billions of years. Heavenly Emperor Black Jade was very excited and worshipped the Jade God Emperor. Because of you, I'm afraid I have the chance to see him, Heavenly Emperor Black Jade said. In Long Chen's opinion, the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor's ambition was indeed enormous. His goal was actually the 4th era's ancestor god. If he could really reach it, then he would truly be the only 4th era's ancestor god who had ever destroyed the 4th era. Within the white mist of spiritual chi, Long Chen saw a few worlds. They were slightly different from the Black Jade God tribe, and each one was different. Some of the worlds were larger, with the existence of the 8th era ancestral god. Further in, there were worlds with the 7th era ancestral god. Of course, according to Heavenly Emperor Black Jade, the 7th era ancestor god was a rank 3 ancestor god. Can you tell me what rank of ancestral god you are and how many world origins you have? Celestial the Arch Black Jade asked curiously. Long Chen had hidden time and only slaughter. In Heavenly Emperor Black Jade's eyes, he was born of the world, a lucky ancestor god with a world of his own. I am a rank 3 ancestor god with 3 centuries of origins. Long Chen wasn't lying when he said this. However, there was still a gap between his true strength and what Heavenly Emperor Black Jade thought. After all, according to the Jade God realm standards, Long Chen could be considered invincible against rank 4 ancestor gods. How lucky! He didn't even need to cultivate to become a rank 3 elder god. As for me, I had to work hard for countless years before I could become a rank 3 elder god. In fact, I didn't even have a chance. Heavenly Emperor Black Jade was very envious. After advancing for some time and passing through several huge god realms, Long Chen looked toward the depths of the Jade God realm. He could vaguely see a huge pure white star in the depths of the Jade God realm. There seemed to be some kind of white flame burning on it, making it look like a white sun. Of course, its true appearance could only be seen when he got closer. That is the core of our Jade God world, the Jade Emperor domain. They were almost there. Before reaching the Jade Emperor's celestial realm, Long Chen would pass by another world. This world was relatively close. It was a giant star made of crimson jade, more than 10 times the size of the Black Jade celestial realm. This crimson celestial realm was extremely hot. It was not easy for the life on it to withstand such heat. In fact, the entire celestial realm was constantly emitting flames. It was simply a world of flames. This is the South Pole domain. The South Pole Celestial the Arch was born here. He is a rank 4 ancestor god and is very powerful. Heavenly Emperor Black Jade did not forget to introduce him as they passed by. From Heavenly Emperor Black Jade's tone, the South Pole Celestial the Arch was very terrifying. However, to Long Chen, he was actually a 6th era ancestor god who had just experienced the ranking god battles. Long Chen had seen many 6th era ancestor gods. Just as they passed through the South Pole godly domain, a destruction elder god appeared in the boundless fog ahead of them. His divine body was also made of jade, but this one's divine body was crimson in color, very similar to the South Pole godly domain. In fact, there seemed to be lava flowing within the jade, and the surface of the jade was covered in scorching flames that were coursing through his entire body. From a human's perspective, this destruction ancestor god was quite burly and domineering. His body was even transparent, so Long Chen could clearly see that there were 4 origins of worlds within his body. He was a rank 4 ancestor god, which was also the 6th era ancestor god. South Pole Celestial Arch. His world was nearby, so it was normal for him to appear here. Long Chen went up to greet him, but at this moment, something strange happened. Heavenly Emperor Black Jade, who was beside him, suddenly escaped. In the instant that Long Chen wasn't paying attention, he charged into the South Pole Divine Domain. At this time, a total of over 100 layers of array diagrams lit up on the South Pole Divine Domain, firmly protecting the South Pole Divine Domain and Heavenly Emperor Black Jade within. With so many array diagrams, it was definitely arranged over countless years. If Long Chen wanted to kill his way in, he would have to waste some time. What are you doing hiding? Long Chen was a little confused. The speed at which women changed their faces was really fast. Even the outer world god race was the same. They were just chatting happily just now. Why did they suddenly hide in the South Pole god domain? South Pole Celestial, the Arch will tell you. Heavenly Emperor Blackjade's tone turned cold. Clearly, the enthusiasm from before was all fake. Long Chen thought about it carefully. Perhaps she was deceiving him in some way. At this time, the South Pole Celestial, the Arch, who had a jade-like body and a scorching hot body, was already standing in front of Long Chen. His scorching eyes were fixed on Long Chen. You come from the dragon sacrificial realm. That's right, South Pole Celestial, the Arch. I have absolutely no ill intentions in coming here. I just want to find some of my lost clansmen. I have already told Heavenly Emperor Blackjade very clearly. Go to hell to find them. Suddenly, the South Pole Celestial, the Arch roared. The surging sound waves shook the South Pole domain, which was protected by over 100 layers of formations. The might of a Celestial, the Arch immediately made countless South Pole Celestial spirits nervous. For a moment, the mortal world was in chaos. After the roar, the South Pole Celestial, the Arch attacked Yi Futian without another word. He actually attacked me. After all, the attack came too quickly. Long Chen didn't have time to react. This situation was really speechless. Of course, Long Chen wouldn't just sit and wait for death. Perhaps in the South Pole Celestial Thearcha's eyes, he was just a rank 3 ancestor god. If this rank 4 ancestor god attacked, he would definitely be captured in an instant. Boom. His arms suddenly exploded, turning into countless fiery crystals that shot toward Long Chen like a storm. The attacks numbered in the hundreds of millions, and they quickly sealed off all of Long Chen's escape routes. This kind of attack was definitely at the level of a 6th-era ancestor god. It was indeed a piece of cake to deal with a 7th-era ancestor god. I'll say it again. I have no intention of fighting you. I didn't come to the Jade God realm to provoke you. I came with good intentions. Long Chen repeated himself in front of the fiery crystals. This time, he was slightly angered. After all, no matter what, the South Pole Celestial, the Arch had directly attacked him and used a killing move. This kind of behavior was too much. But even after Long Chen repeated himself, the South Pole Celestial, the Arch did not ease up. Instead, he increased the intensity of his attack. He was completely aiming to take Long Chen's life. In his anger, Long Chen had already taken out the slaughter sword. Since the South Pole Celestial, the Arch was acting like this, there was no need for him to be polite, even if he was filled with doubts. 9 Death's Slaughter Sword. At that moment, Long Chen erupted. Within his sword momentum, 9 divine dragons formed from sword chi, each stronger than the one before. The sword chi that filled the sky was incomparably powerful, turning the countless fiery crystals into dust. Long Chen's powerful sword Dao instantly broke through the South Pole Celestial Thearcha's attack. The 9 giant dragons rushed in front of the South Pole Celestial, the Arch, and circled around him. In reality, if Long Chen wanted to kill him, the 9 Death's Slaughter Sword could definitely take his life if it hit him. After all, the South Pole Celestial, the Arch, was actually equivalent to an ancestor god born at the end of the 6th era. He was at the level of the demon ancestor 9 Right now, Long Chen did indeed have a huge crushing advantage. But to the Black Jade Celestial, the Arch, and the South Pole Celestial, the Arch, this was inconceivable. 3 things. First, I did a survey half a month ago. The number of readers who voted for 2 chapters was 4 times the number who voted for 3 chapters. This meant that the vast majority of readers wanted me to spend more time writing my new book. Today is September, and it's also the day that Mad Scientist officially starts preparing his new book. I'll be very busy from now on. I'll have to read a lot of information, come up with ideas, and revise drafts. Dragon Blood can only last 2 chapters, so I'll do my best to occasionally write 3 chapters while my body can still take it. Judging from the votes on WeChat, everyone wants Dragon Blood and the new book to be better. I hope so too. Mad Scientist's biggest wish is to finish preparing his new book before the end of Dragon Blood. He wants to present his most sincere work to seamlessly connect the 2 chapters. Second, in order to thank the readers for their support, we have decided that Dragon-Blooded War God and 17K will be free in September. Everyone just needs to search for 17K and Dragon-Blooded War God online to find the most authentic address. Everyone can also follow Crazy Dog's WeChat. Crazy Dog will try his best to send links to the official version on WeChat. Since the original version is free, I hope everyone will support the original version. It won't cost money, but after reading tens of millions of words, showing some sincerity in supporting the original version is also a good thing. The third thing is that I would like to recommend a book to everyone, The Myriad Heavens and Realms. It's about a young man in the mountains who encountered a foreign tribe that destroyed his village. After surviving, he embarked on the path of cultivation alone. He subdued demons and devils in the Taoist school, trained in the military school's divine weapons and battle formations, and learned the righteousness of the Confucian school. With a single talisman, he subdued powerful ghosts and deities. With a single slash, he severed mountains, rivers, the sun, and the moon. With a single slash, he trapped the ancient dragon god. He strategized and transformed thousands of soldiers and horses, causing all evils to bow down to him. He became the supreme saint. From tomorrow onwards, I will update this book at the fastest speed possible. Prawn's book. Everyone can read it after reading Dragon's Blood. It has a different style. Those were the 3 things he had to do. He was preparing to promote all the chapters of his new book for free. Chapter 35-23. The divine dragon formed from billions of blood-red sword chi circled around the South Pole Celestial Emperor, threatening his life. Compared to the 9 deaths killing swords, the South Pole Celestial Emperor was too insignificant. Within the 100-layered formation diagram, Celestial Emperor Blackjade's face was full of disbelief. She clearly remembered what Long Chen had told her. He was a rank 3 ancestral god. She could roughly sense the origins of 3 worlds from his slaughter, but why was he so powerful? Could this be the gap between ancestral gods and us ancestral gods? Celestial Emperor Blackjade guessed sadly. In fact, she guessed wrong. The gap between ancestral gods and ancestral gods of the same level wasn't that big. Ancestral gods had the world's origin, but ancestral gods of destruction were better at fighting. Now, the South Pole Celestial Emperor was defeated in one move. While he was in a daze, Long Chen didn't want to kill him. Instead, he diverted the 9 deaths killing swords and poured them all onto the 100-layered formation diagram. Boom boom boom. Instantly, the formation diagram that the South Pole Celestial Emperor had spent countless years to create shattered. Under the 9 deaths killing sword, the formation diagram collapsed layer by layer. It would take a lot of effort to repair it. Celestial the Arch Blackjade also saw with her own eyes that the 9-headed divine dragon was smashing through layers of array diagrams in front of her. It was as though they were going to tear everything apart at some point, even tearing her apart. At this moment, she felt deep fear, utter fear. She was already vaguely regretting it. In fact, she also knew how terrifying the dragon's sacrificial realm was, but she only experienced it now. Buzz, in fact, the 9 deaths killing swords weren't far from breaking through 50 layers. But the shock it caused to the South Pole Celestial Emperor Blackjade, and the South Pole Celestial Emperor was too much. The South Pole Celestial Emperor could feel that he was completely defenseless against Long Chen. At that moment, the danger of death was as clear as day. Therefore, at this time, he did not hesitate to flee into his South Pole divine domain in a panic. But he knew that the remaining formation diagram couldn't stop Long Chen's attack. So at this moment, he was also on the verge of collapse. The most crushing thing was that when Celestial Emperor Black Jade reported to him, he shouldn't have endured it alone. Naturally, he wanted to take advantage of this guy first, and even secretly deal with him. After all, he came from the dragon's sacrificial realm, so he might have some benefits. Help. A long time ago, the South Pole Celestial Emperor had been fleeing in panic while calling for the ancestral gods of the other divine domains. This place was in the vicinity of the Jade Emperor Godly Domain, and there were several rank 4 Elder God worlds nearby. It could be said that the core strength of the Jade God realm was located nearby. Long Chen originally wanted to ask if there was any misunderstanding, but at this time, there were already many ancestor gods charging over. The battle between the South Pole Celestial Arch and him had alarmed a lot of people. At this time, the surrounding ancestor gods definitely knew that he came from the dragon sacrificial continent. Therefore, those ancestor gods were charging over at full speed. Quite a few rank 4 elder gods were gathered here. In this way, it would be a direct confrontation. If they were all in the same situation as the South Pole Celestial Emperor, then there would be no way to reason with them. Let's figure out why you attacked me first. He was rather puzzled by this question, so he chose to hide it for now. After all, he was in the vicinity of the Jade Emperor's celestial domain. The 5th era's ancestral god could rush over at any time. Moreover, he didn't know whether this fellow was equivalent to the beginning, middle, or end of an era. Therefore, Long Chen was still wary of him. Apart from him, the 10th 6th era's ancestral gods and many other ancestor gods were not easy to deal with. He was afraid that all of them would be unreasonable and try to kill him. At that time, he wouldn't even be able to reason with them. Thinking up to this point, Long Chen saw that many ancestor gods were charging over. He made a prompt decision and chose to leave quickly. With his ability, if he wanted to leave, it would be very difficult for others to catch him. The South Pole Celestial Arch and the others didn't dare to come out at all. With a few flashes, Long Chen disappeared from their sight. He used his greatest speed and first left that area. Then, he used the nomological laws of transformation to transform into something else. When he passed by another celestial domain, he quietly landed and became an insignificant rock in that celestial domain. The ancestor gods that were chasing him flew over. Even the 6th era's ancestral gods would find it difficult to find Long Chen. Moreover, Long Chen discovered that the Jade Emperor's celestial arch didn't seem to be chasing him. Of course, he should know about this. Following that, the entire Jade God world underwent a huge change. For example, the celestial domain that Long Chen was in had a rank 2 ancestor god. He hurriedly appeared and quickly activated all the formations protecting the celestial domain. For a time, everyone in the celestial domain could see the dazzling light in the sky. Such a grand occasion was rarely seen even in 10,000 years. At first, everyone thought that their ancestor god had a conflict with another ancestor god and was protecting their celestial domain because of that. At this time, the ancestor god who hadn't spoken for tens of thousands of years suddenly spoke. He said, "My people, an outsider ancestor god has barged into our Jade God world today. He is extremely powerful and has already defeated the South Pole Celestial Arch. All the rank 4 ancestor gods of our race have been mobilized to capture him. Before he is killed, no one is allowed to leave the celestial domain. Otherwise, bear the consequences." An outsider ancestor god. He defeated the South Pole Celestial Arch. The South Pole Celestial Arch is a rank 4 ancestor god. After hearing this news, the entire celestial domain was in an uproar. In fact, it wasn't just the celestial domain, the entire Jade God world was in an uproar. Everyone was discussing this outsider ancestor god. Can 10 rank 4 ancestor gods capture this outsider ancestor god? They should be able to. Otherwise, we'll have to rely on the Jade Emperor. With the Jade Emperor, we don't have to worry. Where is it? There's actually another world outside this heaven and earth? Where is it? There's actually another world outside this heaven and earth? Long Chen heard all kinds of discussions. What was funny was that among the people, his image had already been described as ugly and ugly. Moreover, he liked to eat young boys and girls raw. He was an unforgivable evil. It seemed that rumors always spread faster than the truth. After all, people loved and feared rumors. The more afraid they were, the more eager they were to spread it. While the outside world was in chaos, Long Chen didn't expect this to happen. He didn't think that a person as clear as Black Jade's celestial arch would lie. Women were indeed dangerous. After calming down, Long Chen thought about the only thing the South Pole celestial arch said to him. He said he wants me to meet them in hell. This made Long Chen a little worried. Could it be that the Origin Dragon attendants and the others had already been killed by them? If that was the case, they were worried that he would riot and take revenge after learning the truth, so they chose to kill him in advance. This made sense. Perhaps this was why they were in such a hurry to kill him. Otherwise, there was no reason for them to be enemies with him. But they might not be dead. Long Chen still had some confidence in them. He was thinking that there must be other possibilities. He was unwilling to give up, unwilling to believe that the Origin Dragon attendants and the others were already dead. Clearly, many ancestor gods know the truth. There was a rank 2 ancestor god around Long Chen. Of course, if he came into contact with him, he would probably attract other ancestor gods. Therefore, he wanted to find someone who clearly knew the truth. The 8th era's ancestor gods array diagram could not trap Long Chen. He easily left this place and casually traveled through the starry sky where the ancestor gods were anxiously looking for him. The laws of transformation allowed him to move freely. He first went to the South Pole Divine Domain and found that Heavenly the Arch Black Jade and the South Pole Celestial the Arch were not there. They had either gone to find him or were hiding. Long Chen walked in the direction of the Black Jade Divine Domain. Not long after, he saw Heavenly the Arch Black Jade rushing to the Black Jade Divine Domain alone in the starry sky with a hurried expression. Long Chen did not expect to see her here. Bait. Clearly, he understood that the ancestor gods here had used Heavenly the Arch Black Jade as bait to lure Long Chen. After all, Heavenly the Arch Black Jade had deceived Long Chen. Long Chen might seek revenge on her. In reality, Long Chen just wanted to know the truth. As expected, she was bait. Long Chen followed Heavenly the Arch Black Jade for some time and discovered that there were 3 rank 4 ancestor gods around her. They were probably stronger than the South Pole Celestial Arch. These 3 were confident that they could capture Long Chen, so they used Heavenly the Arch Black Jade as bait and waited for Long Chen to take the bait. However, there was a chance that they would lose the bait. When Long Chen saw that Heavenly Emperor Jade Emperor wasn't around, he wasn't too worried. He directly approached Heavenly Emperor Black Jade. The instant he approached Heavenly Emperor Black Jade, he transformed into his own form. Forbidden World. A law of time completely locked down Heavenly the Arch Black Jade. A mere 9th era ancestor god could not move at all under Long Chen's law. Long Chen directly threw him into his divine kingdom. At this moment, the 3 rank 4 ancestor gods chased after him. Long Chen could not be bothered with them and fled again. Even though they were so close, they still could not catch Long Chen. This time, Long Chen fled far away and directly reached the Black Jade Divine Domain. Then, he moved a few times and completely shook off the 3 ancestor gods. In truth, among the 3 rank 4 ancestor gods, one was equivalent to the beginning of an epoch and was probably ranked in the top 30 in the myriad worlds. In terms of ancestor god destruction, he should be similar to Dragon's sacrificial continent's kitten from the previous epoch. It was indeed not bad for an ancestor god destruction to reach this level. However, he was still inferior to the current Long Chen. Only after shaking them off did Long Chen finally pull Celestial the Arch Black Jade out of the Forbidden World. This time, time itself bound her, making it impossible for her to move. All she could do was speak. She could naturally tell the other elder gods where she was, but given her current location, Long Chen would have finished his interrogation by the time the other elder gods arrived. Alright, it's too late for others to save you. Next, I'll ask you one question, and you'll answer. I hate lying the most. If I find out that you're lying to me again, I'll kill you instantly and sever your cultivation of 1,000,000,000,000 years. You know that I have no ill intentions, so it's not worth it. Of course, you can choose not to answer, but I'll torture you until you answer. Chapter 35-24. Celestial. The Arch-Blackjade's tactfulness saved him the trouble of lecturing her. However, Long Chen had been deceived by her once, so he had to be careful with his words. He said, "Tell me the ins and outs of why you asked the South Pole Celestial the Arch to attack me. Perhaps you didn't know about my clansmen before you met me, but you probably do now." Celestial. The Arch-Blackjade was very afraid of Long Chen. After all, the Jade God world had the Jade Emperor Celestial the Arch, and the ancestor gods usually wouldn't die. But now that Long Chen had appeared, things were different. She nodded and said nervously, "You're right. When I talked to you before, I really didn't know about your clansmen. I told the South Pole Celestial the Arch about it, and he asked me to bring you to him. I was puzzled at first, but I learned the details later." "What details?" So she had changed midway, and it was the South Pole Celestial Thearcha's idea to attack. It didn't have much to do with her. Celestial. The Arch-Blackjade said, "The details are that the South Pole Celestial the Arch knows where your clansmen are. They are in the Jade Emperor Celestial domain. Furthermore, I have been in the Jade Emperor Celestial domain for more than 100,000,000 years. They're not dead?" Long Chen's worried heart finally relaxed a little. He had been afraid that he had come too late, afraid that they were already dead. But hearing Celestial. The Arch-Blackjade's words, it seemed like there was still a chance. Celestial. The Arch-Blackjade nodded. "Of course not, but the Jade Emperor wants to refine them in these 100,000,000 years." Refine? At this point, Long Chen roughly knew that the Jade Emperor and the Origin Dragon attendants were enemies. This was also the reason why the South Pole Celestial the Arch wanted to capture Long Chen. After all, he only knew that Long Chen was a rank 3 ancestor god and could be captured easily. He didn't know that he had caused a disaster that caused the entire Jade God world to fall into chaos. "It's like this. It's said that your clansmen are protecting a strange soul that looks like you. It should be a divine dragon, but it has 15 dragon heads and is very majestic. It also has life energy. And our Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor has a treasure called the God Refining Cauldron. He was certain that as long as he used the smelting divine cauldron to refine the divine dragon's soul, he would be able to break through his current shackles and even reach a new realm. After all, the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor is a fanatical cultivator. He would not give up on anything that could help him improve. Because of this, the South Pole Celestial Emperor felt that your arrival would make the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor an enemy. That means you are our enemy. So we were prepared to capture you first. I didn't expect you to be so strong. So that was how it was." Long Chen understood the reason. The origin soul of the Tai Chi spirit dragon is actually here. That was what excited him. In reality, his biggest goal in coming to the outer world divine realm was to find the origin dragon soul. He had already put aside the origin dragon soul of the primal chaos life form dragon. This could be considered a huge, unexpected surprise. The Origin Dragon attendants and the others must be guarding the Origin Dragon's soul. But most importantly, what was their current situation? Since the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor wants to refine it, why hasn't he succeeded after 100,000,000 years? The Black Jade Celestial Emperor said, "I heard that it's because they are hidden in a formation called the Life Profound Formation. It is a terrifying protective formation that was supposedly set up by at least a rank 6 elder god. It is this Life Profound Formation that has protected them for 100,000,000 years. Otherwise, the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor would have long since refined it. So in the past 100,000,000 years, the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor has been working hard to break this Life Profound Formation. After all, the rank 6 elder god who set up this formation has long since disappeared. It seems possible to persevere. According to the South Pole Celestial Emperor, the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor has made great progress in this area. So, he has persevered for so long and doesn't want to give up. In other words, your appearance is destined to be our enemy. At this point, the truth was basically revealed. The life profound formation is in the Jade Emperor Divine Realm? That's right. Where is it in the Jade Emperor Divine Realm? I don't know about that. I only found out about this after I talked to the South Pole Celestial Emperor about you. Did she lie to him this time? Long Chen was very cautious, so he did not completely believe her. But he did ask what he needed to ask. At this time, the Destruction Ancestor God who came to rescue Celestial the Arch Black Jade also arrived. You have to let me go quickly and leave. If they catch up, you won't be able to escape, Celestial the Arch Black Jade said nervously. Says who? Long Chen laughed coldly. He had no intention of letting her go. Now that he knew that the Origin Dragon attendants and the others were safe, he could be a little bolder. After all, he had confirmed the enmity between them. Originally, Long Chen wanted to rely on peaceful means to rescue them, but now that there was no peaceful means, he could only fight. In any case, this was the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor's territory. He should be the one afraid. You. While Celestial the Arch Black Jade was helpless, Long Chen once again used the Forbidden World to completely control him. A mere 9th-era Ancestor God definitely could not break free from the Forbidden World, so Long Chen threw him into the Divine Kingdom. It might even be useful. Sure enough, 3 rank 4 Ancestor Gods were chasing after Long Chen. Behind these 3 rank 4 Ancestor Gods were quite a few rank 1 Ancestor Gods, rank 2 Ancestor Gods, and rank 3 Ancestor Gods. They did not dare to fight Long Chen, only guarding the perimeter and blocking his escape routes. The main ones fighting to capture Long Chen were the 3 rank 4 Ancestor Gods from the core region. They were the top existences in the entire Jade God realm. To all the gods, this foreign Ancestor God was like a bomb thrown deep into the water, causing the legendary Ancestor Gods to explode one by one. There were even deities secretly watching this encirclement. Wang. Without saying a word, the 3 rank 4 Ancestor Gods surrounded Long Chen in a triangular formation. The one in the lead was extremely dignified and said angrily, "You must be Long Chen. How dare you trespass into the Jade God realm? You injured the Ancestor Gods of the Jade God realm and kidnapped them. I advise you to release Celestial the Arch Black Jade and surrender, or else your life will be forfeit." This person had the aura of an emperor and was clearly an overlord of the Jade God realm. No other rank 4 Ancestor Gods had arrived yet, so Long Chen was not in a hurry. In fact, he was a little sloppy and asked with a smile, "I don't talk to nameless people." "Who are you? And who are you?" This person was dressed in luxurious robes and exuded a majestic aura. His body was made of 2 kinds of crystals, one black and one red, dazzling. In truth, based on his ability, he should be equivalent to existences at the beginning of the 6th era like the All Things Ancestor, 9 Heavens Sacred Ancestor, but these people were all defeated by Long Chen. Impudent. How can you speak so rudely to the Master of the East, the Sublime Gracious Heavenly the Arch? The one who replied to Long Chen was another rank 4 Ancestor God. This rank 4 Ancestor God was made of ice crystals and looked extremely beautiful, like an ice sculpture, but he was a real life form. He was the complete opposite of the South Pole Celestial the Arch, but he was probably slightly stronger than the latter, roughly equivalent to the middle stage of the 6th era. "And who are you?" "I am the North Pole Celestial the Arch. I am here to take your life," the other said coldly. The last rank 4 Ancestor God was covered in a dusky yellow color. Although he was also made of jade, he looked more like a rock. His appearance was similar to the other Ancestor Gods, the only difference being the pair of yellow horns on his head. Although this rank 4 Ancestor God did not speak, his aura was thick and heavy, probably slightly stronger than the North Pole Celestial the Arch. "What is your title?" Long Chen stared at him. "Yellow Pole Celestial the Arch," the other replied indifferently. In truth, he had already communicated with the other two and was preparing to attack. At this moment, Long Chen suddenly laughed and said, "Forget it, I won't joke with you guys anymore. In truth, I came here with no hostility at all. I just want to find my missing clansmen." "Nonsense, how could your missing clansmen be found in the Jade God realm?" The sublime gracious heavenly the Arch said angrily. More and more ancestor gods arrived, and quite a few gods were also looking forward to this battle. "Celestial the Arch Black Jade told me everything, so I know everything now. You don't need to hide anything. Help me spread the word that as soon as I find my clansmen, I will immediately take them away from here and never enter the Jade God realm again." "I'm sorry, I've been focused on writing and preparing for the new book for the past 2 days, so I forgot to make the new chapters free. It's my negligence, and I apologize. Starting today, I won't." The original version was already free. Readers, please come to 17K to read the original version. In addition, the computer version was free. Mobile users could follow Frenzied on WeChat. From today onwards, Frenzied would send links to the original chapters on WeChat. Chapter 35-25. Hearing Long Chen's words, the 3 celestial emperors looked at each other. "It's good that you know. Then you should know that we, the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor, are determined to refine that dragon's soul. You should just give up on this idea. If you don't know what's good for you and surrender, I'm afraid even you will be refined," the North Pole Celestial Emperor said coldly. It seemed that they didn't even want to let Long Chen escape. After all, they had to worry that Long Chen would find a stronger opponent. Capturing Long Chen, or even killing him, was the best choice. However, Long Chen was actually trying to get information out of them. From his words, it seemed that what Black Jade Celestial Emperor had said was probably true. This was the reason why they were fighting him. "Stop talking nonsense with him. The 3 of us will attack together and escort him to the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor. If he resists, he will die." The sublime gracious Celestial Emperor had run out of patience. The 3 looked at each other and prepared to attack. They had tested the waters, and Long Chen now had a clear idea of what to do. Of course, it was time to show his might. 3 rank 4 ancestral gods were still within his acceptable range. Under the watchful eyes of many ancestral gods, a pinnacle battle was about to begin. Long Chen held the slaughter ring in his right hand, the time ring in his left, and the ring of life on his finger. With these 2 items, he had a slight advantage. After all, the other party was unarmed. Icebound Celestial Domain. The 3 attacked at the same time. Their terrifying power made the other ancestral gods gasp in admiration and worship. The North Pole Celestial Emperor was the closest to Long Chen. Now that he was the closest to him, he decisively attacked. Under his control, countless pieces of ice swept out, forming an endless snowstorm. The storm completely trapped Long Chen within, then rapidly solidified into a huge block of ice the size of the primal chaos divine realm. It was incomparably sturdy, and it froze Long Chen within. Endless cold energy constantly rushed towards Long Chen, forming long snakes within the ice. Not only did it freeze him, but it also wanted to tear Long Chen to pieces. As for the Yellow Extreme Heavenly Emperor and the Sublime Gracious Heavenly Emperor, they were preparing even more formidable laws. Long Chen had never fought with the Elder God of Destruction, and he found it very interesting. The Elder God of Destruction had a more thorough understanding of the laws, and the Icebound God domain was the same. However, it was still too early for him to stop Long Chen. 9 Deaths Killing Sword. As he was sealed in ice, he used the power of slaughter to tear apart the ice around him. As he waved his sword, 9 blood-colored divine dragons formed from billions of sword chi burst forth and let out deafening roars. Under Long Chen's violent attack, the divine dragons of sword chi soared into the sky, collided, and attacked. In a very short period of time, the surrounding ice and long snakes were instantly torn apart. Under the stunned gazes of the elder gods, Long Chen, the sword shattered the ice-bound celestial domain. Countless chunks of ice turned into powder, and the natural laws completely collapsed. The Nine Deaths Slaughter Sword, with its shocking power, continued to strike the Great Northern Emperor's body after breaking the ice-bound celestial domain. Ah! The Great Northern Emperor retreated desperately, his body riddled with countless cracks and 9 holes. If he had not tried his best to protect the origin of the world, all these years of cultivation would have been wasted. Even so, he was instantly heavily injured, and no longer had the ability to fight. As he screamed, he fled into the ranks of the elder gods. Even the Great Northern Emperor was trembling in fear during the battle. This battle had brought too much shock to the crowd. No one had expected that Long Chen would be able to easily injure the Great Northern Emperor despite being surrounded by 3 elder gods. This overwhelming strength was a nightmare even for the rank 4 elder gods. How can he be so strong? Impossible. The Great Northern Emperor must have been careless. The other 2 rank 4 elder gods will be able to finish him off soon. Seeing the Great Northern Emperor's miserable state, they could only comfort themselves like this. After all, the battle was still ongoing. The Yellow Extreme Celestial Emperor and the Sublime Gracious Heavenly Emperor were still fighting. After the Great Northern Emperor suffered a crushing defeat, they at least had an opportunity to attack. Primordial Forbidden Rock. At this instant, just as Long Chen tore apart the icebound celestial domain, another huge rock the size of the Chaos Divine World appeared. This rock was even harder and more terrifying, and it sealed him in the core. However, this attack was different from the icebound celestial domain. This was because, from the moment it was formed, the rock was contracting and compressing like a muscle. Endless power was suppressing Long Chen's body layer by layer. When this rock shrunk from the size of the Chaos Divine World to the size of a palm, Long Chen would have probably crushed it into powder. This was the reason why the primordial forbidden rock was so powerful. However, that was not all. The strongest Sublime Gracious Heavenly the Arch was still in front of Long Chen. When he executed the primordial desolation forbidden rock, the nomological laws he wanted to execute would penetrate the primordial desolation forbidden rock and render Long Chen defenseless. Sublime Gracious Heavenly Tao. He waved his hands, exuding a dignified air. Black and red beams of light intertwined with each other. Each beam of light contained countless worlds and countless living beings. Long Chen had become the enemy of all those living beings. Kill. When the 2 rays of light attacked Long Chen, it was a deafening sound. The attack hadn't even reached him, but the mental attack had already arrived. Kill him. The ancestor gods could only shout like this. After all, to them, Long Chen was an ancestor god from a different dimension. He was an invader from another dimension and someone who destroyed their peace. However, if they thought that they could kill Long Chen like this, they would be underestimating him too much. At this moment, even though the surrounding rocks were compressing, Long Chen still managed to tear an opening. At this moment, time had already coiled around his finger. Eternal Time Calamity Finger. The crux of this law was that it was fast and powerful. Long Chen stabbed out with his hand. A beam of light burst out amidst the time entanglement. In a very short period of time, it pierced through the forbidden primordial rock like a steel needle and stabbed into the Yellow Extreme Celestial Emperor's body at lightning speed. Ugh! The Yellow Extreme Heavenly Emperor was heavily injured. Even the laws of the primordial forbidden rock were collapsing. He was withstanding the power of Long Chen's chaotic time and could no longer control it. However, this was not the end. The real battle was between Long Chen and the Sublime Gracious Heavenly Emperor. Whoosh! Time shifted to slaughter. Transdimensional Slaughter Sword. A heaven-defying sword chi exploded. The primordial forbidden rock instantly shattered. The transdimensional slaughter sword struck the Sublime Gracious Heavenly Tao head-on. The Sublime Gracious Heavenly Tao crumbled in front of the transdimensional slaughter sword. In a direct clash of laws, Long Chen still held the upper hand. When the transdimensional slaughter sword descended, even the Sublime Gracious Heavenly Emperor struggled to resist. His body was instantly riddled with holes as blood flowed. In an instant, 3 rank 4 ancestor gods were heavily injured. Ugh! The 3 lost their combat strength and were at the mercy of Long Chen. As for the surrounding ancestor gods and divine spirits, they fell into the greatest shock of their lives. Such a powerful Long Chen finally made them understand how unwise it was to go against Long Chen. For a time, the elder gods and divine spirits fled in panic. News of what had happened here would probably spread throughout the entire Jade God world in a very short period of time. It was too shocking. 3 rank 4 ancestor gods were defeated in an instant. This ability was unparalleled among all the rank 4 ancestor gods. Clearly, to them, the only person who could suppress Long Chen was the Jade Emperor. The entire Jade God world was shocked by this news. Rumors would eventually turn into rumors, and it wouldn't be long before Long Chen's image became even uglier. Everyone in the Jade God world would tremble in fear at the mere mention of his name, and would lament the end of the world. Of course, today's attack was just a show of strength for Long Chen. All of you, go back and discuss this with your Jade Emperor. To tell the truth, my only goal is to take my clansmen away. As long as I can accomplish this, I will leave immediately. I will not come back in the future. I have no ill intentions towards your world. I just want to save my clansmen. However, if you insist on stopping me, I believe it will not do you any good. I am not a weakling. You have offended me today, and I have spared your lives to show my sincerity. I hope the Jade God world can think this through. Chapter 35-26. They would probably understand once he was done. After experiencing Long Chen's terror, the sublime gracious heavenly emperor knew very well that the only person in the Jade God world who could suppress Long Chen was the Jade Emperor. Even with 10 rank 4 ancestor gods working together, they might not be able to capture Long Chen. Long Chen's strength had far exceeded their expectations. He had already reached an extremely dangerous level. One could imagine that once he was truly angered, he would start killing ancestor gods and massacring all living beings. At that time, only the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor would be able to stop him. But even he might not be able to catch him. That would truly be the end of the Jade God world. The sublime gracious heavenly emperor understood how destructive Long Chen could be. From his perspective, he had his reasons. After all, the divine dragon's soul only concerned the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor's personal strength. It was not worth it to risk the entire Jade God realm for his personal strength and bear the risk of the destruction of the entire world. We understand. You're sincere, and you're a true expert. I'll bring your words to the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor and let him make a decision. I will inform you, but we hope that you will not act against our ancestor gods and the common people during this time. Otherwise, there will be no room for discussion. We can only fight to the death. Don't worry, I only want the safety of my people. At this point, Long Chen directly threw Heavenly the Arch Black Jade in his god nation to them as a sign of his sincerity. He had originally wanted to hold this guy hostage for a while longer, but now that the sublime gracious Heavenly Emperor was tactful, Heavenly the Arch Black Jade was of no use. In the god nation, Heavenly the Arch Black Jade witnessed this scene with her own eyes. Only now did she understand what kind of monster she had brought with her. What puzzled her was that he only had the origins of 3 worlds. Now, she only felt extreme fear towards Long Chen. Farewell, please wait for my news. The sublime gracious heavenly emperor led everyone in the direction of the Jade Emperor. Long Chen guessed that the Jade Emperor should be in seclusion. Otherwise, there would not be such a huge commotion. But this time, they would definitely awaken the ancestral god of the 5th era. Their only worry was that the Jade Emperor would be like the Chiyu demon ancestor. That would be troublesome. Long Chen hoped that he would be as weak as possible. The Life Profound formation is in the Jade Emperor God domain. I can follow them and sneak into the Jade Emperor God domain first. As long as we can find the Life Profound formation, we might find something. Thinking of this, Long Chen didn't want to obediently wait outside for news. He turned into a speck of dust and floated in the air. Heavenly the Arch Black Jade was currently following the 3 rank 4 ancestor gods. As the main character of this matter, she was probably going to report back to the Jade Emperor's celestial domain. Long Chen followed them from afar. At a perfect opportunity, he turned into a speck of dust and stuck to Heavenly the Arch Black Jade's clothes as he followed her. Ancestor God Long Chen defeated 3 rank 4 ancestor gods, the Sublime Gracious Heavenly the Arch, the North Pole Celestial Emperor, and the Yellow Pole Celestial Emperor. And it only took an instant. Legend has it that this ancestor god is comparable to the Jade Emperor. Has the end of our Jade God world arrived? Nuwa sat on a tree, his mind a mess. In fact, he had long since heard that there was an ancestor god called Long Chen. At that time, he thought that it was just the same name as his big brother Long Chen. But he didn't expect to hear that person's voice one day. He said that he was looking for his clansmen. Nuwa couldn't forget that voice. It was Long Chen who had saved him. He is an existence comparable to the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor. Thinking of this, Nuwa was so excited that he was about to cry. He didn't expect to meet such an existence in his life. He was filled with curiosity about this world. He definitely isn't a bad person. He just wants to find his companions. He doesn't want to fight the Sublime Gracious Heavenly the Arch and the others. He will definitely succeed. He is very kind. Nuwa firmly believed in this. Even now, the entire Jade God world saw Long Chen as an evil demon with a green face and fangs. In front of him was the grandest and largest place in the entire Jade God world, the Jade Emperor Celestial Realm. This was the core of this huge world, and also the place with the densest spiritual energy. Frankly speaking, the spiritual energy in this place was equivalent to the primal chaos realm that Long Chen had seen before the first epoch. In other words, it was the 4th epoch. It was no wonder that there were so many 6th era destruction ancestor gods, and even 5th era destruction ancestor gods. If Long Yen and Long Lin were placed here, their growth would be much faster. At this time, in front of Long Chen was a pure white jade star. It was incomparably huge, equivalent to hundreds of sun refinement. However, unlike the sun refinement, which was filled with flames, this pure white jade star was covered in a layer of white flames. This flame was actually condensed from spiritual energy. Not only would one not be injured by this flame, but they would also receive the greatest nourishment from the spiritual energy. Therefore, although there weren't many people in the Jade Emperor Celestial Realm, they were all gods. The Jade Emperor Divine Clan was born from bathing in such dense spiritual energy. The Jade God world called this spiritual energy, Heaven and Earth Jade Spirit. Its nature and density temporarily surpassed the primordial dragon spirit of the dragon sacrifice realm. Moreover, this white jade star burning with pure white flames was very beautiful. There were mountains, rivers, trees, and all sorts of living things, but they were all like crystals and gems. They were even more beautiful, especially the palaces and pavilions, which were all works of art. Because the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor had not yet awakened, the Jade Emperor Celestial Realm wasn't completely sealed like the other celestial realms. Only part of the formation was activated, so Long Chen could follow the Sublime Gracious Heavenly Emperor and the others in. In reality, the Sublime Gracious Heavenly Emperor had already met up with all the ancestor gods. Currently, all 300 ancestor gods of the Jade God world were gathered in the Jade Emperor Celestial Realm. This included the 10 rank 4 ancestor gods. They had come together to awaken the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor and discuss how to deal with Long Chen. Once the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor appeared, he would definitely discover that Long Chen had followed him in. Therefore, although he wanted to listen in, Long Chen had no choice but to leave first. He transformed into an ordinary member of the Jade Emperor Celestial Clan and roamed the Jade Emperor Celestial Realm. After coming to the mortal realm and interacting with the gods, Long Chen realized that there was no one in the Jade God world who didn't know of his great name. In fact, many people knew of the terrifying dragon sacrifice realm. Therefore, even the people of the Jade Emperor's celestial realm were on tenterhooks. Say, do you think that Long Chen's words can be trusted? As the saying goes, those who are not of our race are bound to have a different heart. If he says he'll take our clansmen away, will he really do it? Who knows, if he succeeds, he'll bring more companions here in the future. That really will be our doomsday. The otherworldly ancestor gods will definitely invade this place. I don't think we can trust this person either. He's too scary. Now, we can only wait for the Jade Emperor to appear. Let's see what the Jade Emperor decides. In any case, I feel that killing this Long Chen will be the end of all troubles. It's very likely that only he knows the way to enter our world. Moreover, he said that his clansmen are in the Jade God world. How can he prove it? Maybe this is a made-up reason. He just wants to enter our Jade God world and investigate our background. He might even want to rule over us. Although I don't think he's that scary, I feel that the Jade Emperor will definitely handle it well. He's our Jade God world's oldest and strongest ancestor god. Even if 10 rank 4 ancestor gods join forces, they're still not his match. That Long Chen must be finished. Only then will we be able to rest easy. Too scary. From all kinds of discussions, Long Chen discovered that there were still many people who doubted him in this Jade God world. Actually, he was very pure. But the people were the people. They were filled with all kinds of doubts. This made him feel quite helpless. I just don't know what the Jade Emperor will think. The Yuan Stone of the Third Era is cut off from the myriad worlds. It's already against my will to come here once. It's impossible to bring people here. But I can't tell them this either. Otherwise, my identity as coming from the dragon sacrificial realm will no longer intimidate them. Therefore, everything still depended on the Jade Emperor. As Long Chen waited in silence, the Jade Emperor, Heavenly Emperor, who was highly anticipated and revered by all living beings, finally appeared amidst a huge commotion. He had always been in a state of seclusion. Every time the Jade Emperor, Heavenly Emperor appeared, it was because something big had happened in the Jade God realm. And this time, it was especially big. Long Chen looked into the distance. Surrounded by more than 300 ancestor gods, there was a terrifying machine. Bathed in white light, it shone brilliantly. As expected, it was the Eternal Emperor. Its presence was vast, and its majesty was 10 times that of the sublime gracious Heavenly Emperor. If the Jade Emperor was a true emperor, then the sublime gracious Heavenly Emperor would only be a vassal king. At this distance, Long Chen still couldn't determine what the Jade Emperor was capable of. Chapter 35-27. Surrounded by 300 destruction ancestor gods, the Jade Emperor, as the only emperor of the outer realm, possessed immense divine might. Long Chen could vaguely see that he was a man like white jade, dressed in a gorgeous imperial robe adorned with many gems. His divine body was as pure as white jade, and his eyes burned with white flames. He wore a crown on his head, as if he were the ruler of the world. He was the ruler of this vast world, and he was the #1 destruction ancestor god of all worlds. Compared to Kitten, he was much stronger. It was quite impressive that he could cultivate to such a level in the Jade God realm with his own strength. Fortunately, Long Chen guessed that this fellow was not as terrifying as the Chiyu demon ancestor. After all, he was the destruction ancestor god, not born of the world. But he did not know to what extent. In any case, the 5th era ancestor god had the origins of 5 worlds, and was much more superior than Long Chen. Long Chen naturally did not want to have a direct confrontation with him. The group of destruction ancestor gods were discussing. At this moment, the dignified, pure, and righteous voice of the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor rang out. This was an existence that could make all the Jade Emperor Celestial race go wild with his voice alone. Long Chen, I know you are in the Jade Emperor Celestial realm. Why don't you come out? We can talk in detail when we meet. Unexpectedly, he had guessed correctly. But from Long Chen's current perspective, he did not feel like he was being targeted, so the Jade Emperor had not truly found him. Actually, coming to the Jade Emperor's celestial realm had its benefits. The other party did not dare to act rashly. After all, this was his world. If Long Chen was angered, it would take some effort to destroy the Jade Emperor's celestial realm. But as long as he killed, the aftermath of the battle could cause hundreds of millions of casualties. Clearly, as the ruler of the Jade God realm, the Jade Emperor did not want to suffer such casualties. Long Chen was in no hurry to respond. He wanted to see what the other party could do. But the Jade Emperor's words made the Jade Emperor's celestial realm members extremely nervous. That terrifying ancestor god from another world was actually here. They felt that their lives were hanging in the balance and could be lost at any moment. It was not that there had been no conflicts between the ancestor gods over the years, but once there was a conflict, rivers of blood would flow. If not with the suppression of the Jade Emperor's celestial emperor, this place would not be so prosperous. However, at least the Jade Emperor's celestial emperor and the 300 ancestor gods were present. Therefore, the Jade Emperor's celestial clan was not in a complete panic. After a while, the Jade Emperor's celestial emperor continued, "I already know about your request. I can only say that to me, you are a foreign race that can cause danger to our world at any time, so I have to get rid of them. Now that you've come here and displayed your extraordinary abilities, we know what you're capable of. Thus, as you've said, if you're willing to leave our Jade God realm immediately after rescuing them and promise to never come back again, I can promise to hand them over to you." Who would have thought that the Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor would agree so readily? Perhaps, he has indeed realized how powerful I am. After all, if we were to clash in the Jade Emperor's celestial domain, he would be the one to suffer a great loss. Therefore, this is actually a wise move. However, Long Chen's intuition told him that he was unwilling to believe it. According to the Black Jade Emperor's description, the Jade Emperor's celestial emperor was a destructive ancestor god who wanted to improve himself and reach a new level. He was a destructive ancestor god who wanted to fight against the heavens and the earth. The origin dragon soul of the Tai Chi life form was an opportunity for him. He had worked hard for hundreds of millions of years for it. Was he going to give it up just like that? Frankly speaking, if it were Long Chen himself, he felt that he would not be able to do it so readily. After all, there were many things that were very difficult to give up. If you can promise to leave with them immediately and never come back to my Jade God realm, I can let you take them away, the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor said again. I can let you take them away, the Jade Emperor Celestial the Arch said again. This time, his voice sounded more certain. Actually, he still had to leave. After all, this was the answer that Long Chen wanted to hear. As for whether there was a trap, that would depend on a battle of wits and courage. This time, he was very much on guard. I naturally agree. At this moment, Long Chen arrived in the sky from another location. He faced the Jade Emperor and the others. 1 against 300, but Long Chen was still very calm, especially in front of the 5th era's ancestor god, the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor. As expected, it's the ancestor god of the dragon sacrificial realm. He's different from us. The Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor and many other ancestor gods were seeing Long Chen's true body for the first time. Long Chen was still in the densest location of the Jade Emperor Celestial race. This could be considered a threat to the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor and the others. At this moment, as their gazes collided, the other party's resolute and calm gaze made Long Chen understand. He felt that this fellow was not someone who would give up easily, especially when it came to giving up such a powerful plan that he had been working on for such a long time. In reality, even now, Long Chen had no idea how to leave this place. However, he had to see the life profound formation first. Then it's a deal. Remember your promise, the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor said calmly from a distance. Remember your promise as well. Now, bring me to the life profound formation. I want to see them. Facing the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor, Long Chen's divine might did not make him feel pressured at all. He and the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor seemed to be evenly matched. But in terms of ability, Long Chen felt that the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor was much stronger. Don't worry. I won't joke around with the safety of my Jade Emperor Celestial race, right? I know how strong you are. At this point, there's no meaning in messing around. At this point, the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor smiled bitterly, as though he had been thwarted by Long Chen. Follow me. After saying that, the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor led the many ancestor gods and began to move. Some of the ancestor gods revered Long Chen, while others hated Long Chen. Actually, if they knew that the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor was scheming, they would have rather strange emotions. But from the looks of it, all of them were very normal. This meant that either the Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor had a plan, but they didn't know about it. Either the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor really agreed to Long Chen's condition, and as long as Long Chen left, he would be willing to let go of the meat in his mouth. Long Chen followed behind them. They were now searching for the Life Profound Formation, and they might encounter the Origin Dragon attendant soon. Long Chen was very excited. Perhaps, after the Taiji life-form dragon was defeated back then, in order to protect them, it sent them into the Origin Stone Cave of the Third Epoch, as well as the Origin Dragon Soul. Then, he would leave behind a clue. Moreover, he used the Life Profound Formation to protect them, which is why such a situation occurred. Today, Long Chen finally found a clue and came here. From the Life Origin Stone to the key, and then to opening the rock, this process was really not easy. Of course, the Tai Chi spiritual dragon did this to prevent the sky-swallowing race from finding his origin dragon soul. 100 million years. I spent 100 million years trying to break through the Life Profound Formation. I wanted to make myself stronger. Long Chen kept thinking about this. Looking at the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor in front of him, he could basically confirm that the other party would definitely struggle. He would not give the meat that he wanted to eat for 100 million years to Long Chen so easily. We're here. At this time, he stopped at a barren mountain in the Jade Emperor Celestial Domain. However, even a barren mountain had very dense spiritual energy. Here. Long Chen took a few steps forward and walked into the group of ancestor gods. As he advanced, the surrounding rank 1 and rank 2 ancestor gods all dodged. Because of his suspicions, Long Chen had left something on the weaker ancestor gods. He had done it very discreetly, and it was a unique power of time. If the Jade Emperor Celestial the Arch had sensed it, he would have flown into a rage. Long Chen still could not trust the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor. Otherwise, he would not have taken the risk to do this. Fortunately, when he passed through the group of ancestor gods and arrived in front of the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor, he probably sent some small tricks into the bodies of a few dozen ancestor gods without them noticing. Although this was risky, at this time, Long Chen already had the upper hand. Therefore, he could completely let go. If the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor obediently handed over the Origin Dragon servant, then he would not make things difficult for him. However, if the other party schemed against him, then he could only make the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor pay a price. Look. Chapter 35-28. This is the Life Profound Formation. Of course, the Life Profound Formation exists within this altar. Let's go down. With Celestial Emperor Jade Emperor leading the way, the 300 ancestor gods landed on the altar. They did not stick too closely together, but rather spread out. Long Chen followed Celestial Emperor Jade Emperor and the 10 rank 4 ancestor gods. In truth, he would not have rashly come down without completing his little trick. This white jade altar is indeed mysterious. There is indeed an array diagram hidden within it. Is this the Life Profound Formation? Because it was completely sealed within the altar, Long Chen could not sense the power or attribute of the array diagram. However, there was an array pattern on the altar. Long Chen had seen the array diagrams of the myriad worlds, and he had also seen the array diagram of the Jade Divinity world. Frankly speaking, after studying it for a while, Longchen realized that the style of this array diagram was more inclined towards the Jade Divinity world than the Myriad Worlds. At this point, he was certain that this was a trap. The life profound formation is within this altar. This altar is the outer power that protects the array diagram. You need to destroy this altar to see the true life profound formation. Will you do it, or should I? Celestial Emperor Jade Emperor asked politely. You are skilled, so of course it's you. Longchen wanted to see what kind of tricks this guy could come up with. In truth, he had been tricked by Celestial Emperor Black Jade last time because he had trusted him. But now, he maintained a suspicious attitude. It would not be easy to trick him again. All right. Celestial Emperor Jade Emperor was ready to attack at any time. Of course, he was not attacking Longchen, but the array diagram beneath his feet. But the problem was that he was not going to destroy the altar, but activate the array diagram. So, it's because there's a formation diagram inside this altar that can imprison me? Longchen was bold and fearless, not afraid at all. Since Celestial Emperor Jade Emperor had brought him here, he must be confident that he could imprison Longchen here. Bzzz. Suddenly, Celestial Emperor Jade Emperor and the 10 rank 4 ancestor gods attacked simultaneously. They were the only ones who truly knew the truth behind this plan. The other elder gods truly believed that this was the so-called life force profound formation. Now that they saw the Jade Emperor Heavenly Emperor and the others take action, they were also in a state of complete confusion. Get out. For a time, with the exception of rank 4 ancestor gods, all the other ancestor gods were sent flying by the Jade Emperor's stomp. Only Longchen and the 11 elder gods remained behind. They were already prepared, so of course they activated the array instantly. Jade Emperor Profound Formation. For a moment, they occupied a total of 11 positions on the altar, and Longchen was in the most dangerous position. With the Jade Emperor as the core, the terrifying diagram instantly appeared on the white jade altar. Within the altar, the world spun and everything turned upside down. Longchen seemed to have entered another world, a chaotic world that he could never leave. This chaotic world was filled with attacks from the various universe-enlightened ancestral gods. At this moment, Longchen was simply like a turtle in a jar. He was utterly unable to flee, and he had to endure all sorts of attacks. Success. Celestial Emperor Jade Emperor and the others couldn't help but reveal joyful smiles. The Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor's profound formation, especially when the 11 experts of the Jade God world attacked at the same time, would make it impossible for Longchen to escape. The Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor could even activate the extermination formation diagram to kill Longchen, but he did not do so for the time being. Right now, they had only trapped Longchen within the diagram. The 11 experts' power was completely suppressed on Longchen's body, restricting Longchen to a very small area. Outside the array diagram, the remaining ancestor gods looked down at Longchen, who was firmly under their control, and the 11 ancestor gods beside him. They finally understood that the Jade Emperor Celestial the Arch and the others had no intention of returning the divine dragon's soul to Longchen. Great, as expected of our Celestial Emperor Jade Emperor. This ancestor god has already fallen for it. He can forget about breaking free. This is the legendary Celestial Emperor Profound Formation, right? Moreover, it's cast by all the rank 4 ancestor gods and Celestial Emperor Jade Emperor. Right now, it's only a binding diagram. If the destruction formation is activated, this ancestor god will die without a doubt. Wonderful, wonderful, we won. This Longchen is really an idiot. He really believed that this altar is a life profound formation. Celestial Emperor Jade Emperor is truly wise. I was going to say that even if he gave it to his clansmen, he might have an even bigger plot. This time, they did really well. The ancestor gods couldn't help but laugh heartily. Only Celestial Emperor Black Jade didn't dare to laugh. She had a feeling that Longchen wouldn't be fooled so easily this time. The last time she lied to him, the 4 rank 4 ancestor gods got their revenge. This time, What she was most worried about was what would happen if Long Chen could break free. At this time, even the Jade Emperor's celestial race knew that this was the true purpose of the Jade Emperor's celestial emperor. Now that Long Chen had been trapped, it was only a matter of time before he was killed. For a time, the entire Jade Emperor's celestial domain, and even the entire Jade God world, who had gradually received the news, were celebrating. To them, this was simply a rebirth after a calamity. Inside the Celestial Emperor profound formation. Long Chen hadn't been attacked yet. He just couldn't leave this chaotic world. In reality, he was very close to the ancestor gods. But a formation was a formation, it would change everything. Celestial Emperor, Jade Emperor, what's the point of doing this? Long Chen wanted to understand more about what kind of existence this was. You also know that in order to refine them, I've already worked hard for 100 million years, and I've almost succeeded. Tell me, how could I let all that effort go to waste? Naturally, I'm not willing to accept this. The Celestial Emperor's voice echoed around him. It was understandable. If it were Long Chen, he would also be unwilling. After all, for the Celestial Emperor to be able to destroy the ancestor gods to such an extent, he must be an existence that desired more power, perhaps even more than Long Chen. It was this crazy desire that made him so powerful. Of course, you came to me at this time. Do you know why I didn't kill you immediately to prevent future troubles? The Celestial Emperor asked. His tone was different. It was no longer indifferent, but a kind of infatuation. Of course, it's to refine me too, right? The Celestial Emperor laughed. That's right, you also have something similar to the divine dragon's soul. Maybe if I use the smelting divine cauldron to refine you, I'll improve even more. To me, you're the true treasure. It wasn't easy for you to come, how can I let you go? So that was it. From this point of view, it was even more impossible for him to give up on the life-profound formation and the origin dragon's soul so easily. Behind me, there are many fourth-era ancestor gods from the dragon sacrificial realm. They are all creator ancestor gods, each with the origins of 6 worlds, equivalent to your rank 6 ancestor gods. If you kill me, they will definitely follow my trail and come here. At that time, your Jade God realm will be completely destroyed. Do you believe it? Long Chen tried to scare him. Of course I don't believe it. Long Chen, you're too naive. Do you think that I don't understand the relationship between the Jade God realm and the Dragon Sacrificial realm as well as you? Once, my Jade God realm left 2 keys in the Dragon Sacrificial realm. One of them allowed the Divine Dragon's soul and your clansmen to enter the Jade God realm, and the other allowed you to enter the Jade God realm. From now on, the Dragon Sacrificial realm will be completely cut off from us. No one will come to save you. As long as I refine you, my Jade God realm will be safe and sound. The Celestial Emperor was full of confidence. He didn't expect him to know more than him. In that case, there was no point in threatening him. That smelting divine cauldron was a strange item. It shouldn't be the world's essence. To be honest, Long Chen wanted to see it for himself. But if the other party took out the smelting divine cauldron, and if that smelting divine cauldron was truly terrifying, then he might not be able to control the situation. The situation was already heading in a direction that was disadvantageous to him. When he thought of this, Long Chen knew that there was no benefit in dragging things out. Temporal Heartlock. This was a completely new rule in the field of time. It didn't have heaven-defying attack power, and it didn't cause much of a commotion. It basically didn't have much use. Who would have thought that it would be put to use at a time like this? This temporal heartlock was something that Long Chen had left on the bodies of the elder gods. As soon as Long Chen summoned the temporal heartlock, the faces of several dozen of the rank 1, rank 2, and rank 3 elder gods who had been happily watching the commotion on the altar suddenly changed dramatically. A surge of the power of time had been hidden within their bodies, and it suddenly exploded into countless temporal chains that began to coil around their bodies, wrapping around their organs, tendons, bones, flesh, and blood. Some even pierced out of their bodies and bound them up. In the blink of an eye, these dozens of elder gods were all under Long Chen's control of time. Long Chen had left the temporal heartlock on their bodies. Now, under Long Chen's control, it immediately exploded. Even though they were trapped within the formation diagram, Long Chen was still able to activate it. Due to the sudden change, roughly a quarter of the 70 elder gods began to scream in agony. The temporal heartlock had temporarily sealed their bodies. Under Long Chen's control, the 70 elder gods instantly began to plummet downwards at terrifying speeds. They had been feeling smug just a moment ago, but in the next instant, they were screaming in pain as they fell into the heavenly Jade Emperor profound formation. Celestial the Arch-Black Jade watched all of this with her own eyes. Long Chen hadn't left the temporal heartlock on her body. However, it was enough to scare her. The large number of elder gods around her were instantly sucked into the formation diagram, and all of them were pulled to Long Chen's side. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Even in this chaotic world, Long Chen could sense the existence of the temporal heartlock. He quickly pulled those 70 elder gods to his side, and the world's prime essence, time, was activated, connecting with the countless temporal heartlocks and binding those 70 elder gods to his side. After completing this step, Long Chen knew that as long as the heavenly Jade Emperor wanted the lives of those 70 elder gods, the situation would be under his control. Chapter 35-29. The 70 elder gods were all pierced by the power of time. After all, they were elder gods of destruction, so their lives were under Long Chen's control. In fact, Long Chen didn't even need to worry about the destruction of the world and all living beings after killing them. As time dragged on, the elder gods piled up on Long Chen's body. At this point, Long Chen was confident that he could control the lives of these elder gods, and so he said, "Enough. Withdraw this technique. Otherwise, if these 70 elder gods all die, you won't be able to explain it to all living beings. After all, everything he did was for your own sake. You can't let these 70 elder gods be buried with your selfish desires, right?" Long Chen wasn't joking at all. Although he couldn't kill elder gods of creation, he didn't mind killing them if he wanted to. After all, the elder gods of destruction had their own lives, while the elder gods of creation had the lives of all living beings. Celestial Emperor Jade Emperor and the others had never imagined that this would happen. You! Celestial Emperor Jade Emperor and the 10 rank 4 elder gods were instantly enraged. "Long Chen, you're forcing me to kill you," Celestial Emperor Jade Emperor said solemnly. "No problem. With 70 elder gods of the Jade God realm accompanying me in death, I can die a happy death." Long Chen's tone was calm, but the words that came out of his mouth were enough to drive the Jade Emperor and the others crazy. To Celestial Emperor Jade Emperor, this juicy piece of meat had flown out of his grasp. And he'd even gotten a hold of his weakness. "I'll give you 10 breaths of time. If you don't withdraw this formation diagram within 10 breaths of time, then I'll kill every one of you. One person. Now, listen carefully. I'm going to start the count. 1. Long Chen tightly controlled the terrified elder gods of destruction. These people actually feared death the most, because they'd worked so hard to get to this point. Under Long Chen's control, they felt pain, and for a moment, they cried out in pain within the formation diagram. Celestial Emperor Jade Emperor, save us. Let Long Chen take his people away. Otherwise, we will lose our lives. They were very respectful. This would definitely put pressure on the Jade Emperor. In addition, Long Chen had been counting. This was the fastest way to force the opponent to make a choice. 8. When the count reached this point, everyone turned nervous. Even the Ancestor God, who hadn't been struck by the time heartlock, was in the sky. Apart from the Ancestor God, no one else was aware of the sudden turn of events. The Jade Emperor Celestial Thearcha's eyes were cold as he stared at Long Chen. Hidden in his calm eyes was a monstrous unwillingness and anger. The surrounding 10 rank 4 elder gods were also controlling the formation diagram, and they were also advising against it. Jade Emperor, if you don't stop, an elder god is going to die in battle. Jade Emperor, Celestial Emperor. Whether it was refining Long Chen or the divine dragon's soul, it was the Jade Emperor's personal matter. But now, the Jade Emperor, Celestial Emperor, was hesitating. Was he really going to use the lives of 70 ancestor gods to satisfy his own personal strength? 9. Long Chen had already made his preparations. After all, after 10, he would kill one destruction ancestor god every second. He wasn't the one feeling heartache, so he didn't care. 10. Save me. Jade Emperor, Celestial Emperor. Originally, all the ancestor gods revered the Jade Emperor, Celestial Emperor, but this time, they were in despair. Long Chen was already controlling the situation, but he was still unwilling to give up. At this point, the destruction ancestor gods were wailing in fear. No one knew who would be the first to die. It might be them. However, when Long Chen counted to 10, the Jade Emperor, Celestial Emperor was still struggling, but the 10 rank 4 elder gods couldn't hold it in any longer. They were the first to give up. The Jade Emperor, Celestial Emperor mystic array was supported by them, and when they gave up, the formation diagram completely collapsed. Long Chen was relieved. At least he didn't have to kill anyone. He led the 70 destruction ancestor gods out of the collapsed formation diagram and stood proudly in the air. The ancestor gods in the air hurriedly scattered. They looked at Long Chen in fear. As for the 70 ancestor gods, they didn't know that the 10 ancestor gods had given up first. They thought that the Jade Emperor, Celestial Emperor had saved them, and they were instantly moved to tears. Long Chen, the formation diagram has been removed. You should let them go now. The sublime gracious heavenly emperor said angrily, his voice filled with hostility. This time, they had removed the formation diagram without the Jade Emperor, Celestial Emperor's consent. They naturally knew that this would upset the Jade Emperor, Celestial Emperor, but they were also helping the Jade Emperor, Celestial Emperor make a decision. I can't let them go now. I have to find my clansmen before I can let them go. To be honest, even if you plotted against me, I wouldn't want to make things difficult for you, but I have to be wary of you. So, bring me to the real-life mystic array first. Long Chen's indifferent tone made it seem like what he was doing was not earth-shattering. In fact, it was already a terrifying ability to render the Jade Emperor, Celestial Emperor helpless in front of all the ancestor gods. Although the ancestor gods were furious, they couldn't do anything since the 70 ancestor gods' lives were in Long Chen's hands. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the Jade Emperor, Celestial Emperor, waiting for his decision. Let's go. The Jade Emperor, Celestial Emperor calmed down, but his pair of white jade eyes were still flashing with a dangerous light. He didn't say much and immediately turned around, bringing all the ancestor gods with him. This time, he could only head towards the real-life mystic array. Many ultimate gods who came to peek saw that scene and realized they were there to witness Long Chen's doomsday. However, they were shocked to find that the tables had turned and the lives of 70 ancestor gods were in Long Chen's hands. It was too terrifying for them. The news gradually spread from them to the common people and instantly set off a huge wave. The Jade Emperor Celestial clan who were celebrating were suddenly dumbfounded. They didn't expect the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor to be caught in the act. If that was the case, the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor and Long Chen might not be in such a passive position. It's over, he controlled the lives of 70 ancestor gods. How despicable. The Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor can only do as he says. What a terrifying otherworldly ancestor god. Despicable and shameless. They didn't expect the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor to be even more cunning and despicable. However, from their point of view, it wasn't despicable but witty. Under the Jade Emperor Celestial clan's gaze, fear, and curses, the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor brought Long Chen and the others to the other side of the Jade Emperor Celestial domain. The Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor didn't say a word and immediately made his move. The ground cracked open again and a white jade altar appeared underground. It was very similar to the one on the other side. The only difference was the formation diagram on it. That's right. The formation diagram's veined patterns were more in line with the myriad worlds and the style of the extreme dragon continent. Inside the altar was the real mysterious life formation. When the altar appeared, Long Chen could already feel the aura of life and 14 different elemental powers. Vaguely, there was an aquamarine energy moving along the veined patterns on the altar's formation diagram. The mysterious life formation is inside this altar. Just break it. Let them go. The Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor said indifferently. You break it. Now that they had shed all pretense of cordiality and Long Chen had the other party's weakness, of course he could ask for it. Faced with such a request, the ancestor gods were filled with indignation. However, the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor didn't refuse. He casually punched the altar. Instantly, a crack appeared on the altar. The crack wasn't big, but when it appeared, Long Chen could instantly see an aquamarine storm inside. It was surging life energy, and there were also 14 different elemental powers. Wind, fire, water, earth, stars, sun, moon, mountains, rivers, trees, all of them were wreaking havoc inside. Together, they formed an indestructible mysterious life formation. This was a surging formation diagram. Clearly, it was of a very high level. It surpassed the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor profound formation that the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor and the 10 rank 4 ancestor gods had created together. Mysterious life formation. Actually, it wasn't just the mysterious life formation. Long Chen could also sense the origin dragon soul of the Tai Chi life form dragon within the mysterious life formation. The ring of life was on Long Chen's finger, and the inheritance blood essence was in Long Chen's body. The origin dragon soul was calling out to Long Chen intensely. It wanted Long Chen to enter the mysterious life formation. It had really waited for Long Chen for too long. Finally found it. The origin dragon soul was indeed inside. The life storm inside is especially powerful. I can't take you to see them. If you want to find your clansmen, you have to go in yourself, the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor said. He wasn't lying. The mysterious life formation of the Tai Chi life form dragon was meant to guard against him. Of course he couldn't go in, or the origin dragon's soul wouldn't have survived until now. But Long Chen was different. He was the one chosen by the Tai Chi life form dragon. Not only would the mysterious life formation not stop him, it would protect him. Standing there, Long Chen could already feel the mysterious life formation's gentleness toward him. The Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor couldn't feel this kind of gentleness. It's time to let him go. The North Pole Celestial Emperor said coldly. Actually, the Jade Emperor hadn't given up yet. Long Chen knew that as long as Long Chen let him go, they would have a chance. His biggest mistake this time was to let so many useless destruction ancestor gods accompany him. They were worried that Long Chen would be ruthless and bring all the destruction ancestor gods in. But actually, Long Chen wouldn't do that. The mysterious life formation would repel these ancestor gods. Once they entered, they would most likely be destroyed. Long Chen wasn't at the level of a murderous demon king. He had a certain level of confidence in what would happen in the future. Therefore, he didn't need these ancestor gods anymore. At this moment, the crack was recovering. Under the incredulous gazes of the ancestor gods, Long Chen didn't say a word. He instantly retracted the time lock and charged into the mysterious life formation. The mysterious life formation instantly devoured him. Then, the crack on the white jade sacrificial altar recovered. The 70 ancestor gods were free. Of course, Long Chen wasn't that stupid. The time heartlock that he left on them still existed. It was just hidden. He might have a chance to use it in the future. Chapter 35-30. The Mysterious Life Formation. This was a formation created by the 15 types of laws of the Tai Chi life form dragon. Among them, the power of life was the most majestic. It swept in all directions, but it was a kind of storm. The other 14 types of elemental powers were wreaking havoc in the surroundings. After entering, Long Chen realized that it was no wonder the Jade Emperor Celestial the Arch had not been able to enter the depths of the mysterious life formation after so many years. It was because the power of the mysterious life formation was too terrifying. If he was not special, he would not be able to withstand the attack of such a formation at all. In front of him was an endless storm of life. There were also all kinds of flames, icebergs, storms, lightning, and the power of the sun, moon, and stars. This was the power that the Tai Chi life-form dragon had created many years ago, so it was especially powerful. This is the ancestral dragon that has grown to its peak. Long Chen's situation was similar to Kitten's. It was a kind of recovery, not an upgrade. In fact, he was already the ancestral dragon, but he had not recovered to his peak. The reason he could survive in this terrifying and chaotic mysterious life formation was because he had the Ring of Life in his hand. Life was the source of the Tai Chi life-form dragon. With the protection of the Ring of Life and the inheritance of the Tai Chi life-form dragon, he already had 2 of the 3. No matter how chaotic the mysterious life formation was, it was still very gentle to him. Long Chen seemed to have entered a warm ocean. He swam freely in it. Although the mysterious life formation was huge, Long Chen could feel what was calling out to him in front. That was right, it was the origin dragon soul of the Tai Chi life-form dragon. He had searched so hard, but he had not expected to find it here. The origin dragon soul was the inheritance of the ancestral dragon. It was the hardest thing to find. The ancient blood spirit dragon's origin dragon soul had been stolen by the sky-swallowing clan and turned into an apocalypse. The great void Aeon dragon was in the depths of the fiend god Buzhou mountain, while the Tai Chi life-form dragon was in the mysterious life formation of the Third Era Yuan Stone Cave. On this day, Long Chen finally arrived. He passed through the fire formation that was filled with scorching suns, the starry sky that was in chaos, and the wind formation that was torn apart by the storm. He headed for the core of the life-profound formation, which was a place that was being guarded. At this time, the existence on the other side definitely knew that someone had entered the life-profound formation. Moreover, the depth that they had entered far exceeded the depths that the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor had entered before. They were closing in on them at an incomparably fast speed. Perhaps they would panic for a moment, feeling that an epoch had passed and their doomsday had finally arrived. However, the Jade Emperor Celestial Emperor's movements were extremely huge every time, and this time was different. The life-profound formation seemed to be very welcoming of this outsider. They knew that the life-mysterious formation would not change. The only possibility was that the person who would most likely not appear had appeared. Only the inheritors of the 10 great ancestral dragons could come to this place. Only then could he be safe and sound, not being attacked by the life-profound formation. We're close. Long Chen could already sense the auras of those living beings. Firstly, the origin dragon soul of the Taiji life-form dragon was extremely strong. Then there were other life forms, some were divine dragons, some were humans. Long Chen carefully sensed and discovered that there were a total of 17 lifeforms. This number was much more than he had imagined. Hence, he could not help but be curious. Who exactly were these? Whoosh whoosh, after passing through thousands upon thousands of formation diagrams, Long Chen finally saw in front of him. At the core of the life-profound formation, there was a jade-green region that looked like an upside-down bowl. The origin dragon soul of the Taiji life-form dragon clearly appeared in Long Chen's vision. He was in that bowl. Long Chen did not say anything. He was extremely excited and directly charged in. Whoosh! Everyone was already prepared for this outsider. They were still somewhat on guard against him. It was a pitch-black space inside. It was not especially big. The most eye-catching thing was naturally the origin dragon soul of the Taiji life-form dragon. It was a huge 15-headed divine dragon. It was only a soul, without a physical body or memories. It swam in this pitch-black space. It was precisely because of its existence that this pitch-black world seemed to have a rainbow, flickering with all sorts of colors. The origin dragon's soul was just a wandering soul without the ability to think. It was also the treasure that Long Chen had been waiting for. Other than the origin dragon's soul that he had expected, Long Chen also saw the other 17 lives. Among them, there were 2 humans. 15 divine dragons. Each one of them was an existence that caused Long Chen's heart to tremble. One was a man, and the other was a woman. The man was dressed like a scholar, and had a pale face. However, his eyes were like whirlpools that seemed to pierce into the soul. There was something about him that Long Chen had never seen before, and yet, it was something that was closely related to dragons. The second person was a woman. Her aura was chaotic, but Long Chen was very familiar with it. That's right, it was the aura of chaos, primordial chaos, and creation. The combination of these 3 auras gave this woman a very primitive and dignified feeling. She had a motherly nature that could encompass the world. If Long Chen's guess was right, she should be the primordial dragon attendant that the great essence god and the others had not found. As for the other man, he was naturally the origin dragon attendant that had summoned Long Chen here. In his dreams, he wanted to meet these 2 respected elders. They were here. Long Chen had thought that the origin dragon attendant was here, but he did not expect the primordial dragon attendant to be here as well. This was an unexpected surprise. However, the biggest surprise was the 15 divine dragons. Among them, 8 of them had an aura that was closer to the origin dragon attendant. They were all in a soul state, but different from the origin dragon soul. Although they were souls, they had a physical body and were complete existences. They were a bit like the ancestor of the original soul. These 8 ancient divine dragons were all supreme divine dragons. However, when Long Chen saw their different forms, he was completely sure that these 8 were the syndicate dragons of the first ancestral dragon. As for the other 7, they each had the characteristics of chaos, primordial chaos, and creation. They must be the syndicate dragons of the primordial dragon ritual. Other than the dragon ritual that Di Jun had obtained, the rest were all here. In an instant, other than the supreme divine dragon of the chaos heaven-devouring dragon, all the syndicate dragons were here. Moreover, these 15 divine dragons did not die in battle and had survived completely. More importantly, these 15 had all broken through to the progenitor realm. They had become the destruction ancestor in the 3rd era's Yuan stone. Although they were all from the 9th era and only had one world's origin, they were already stronger than the supreme divine dragons of the dragon sacrificial continent. As for the 2 dragon attendants, they were already at the progenitor realm before this era. Now, with the addition of the world's origin, they had reached the 8th era's progenitor realm. This could only mean that the 3rd era's Yuan stone was too suitable for the birth of the destruction ancestor god. It was even more suitable than the dragon sacrificial continent. 1 origin dragon soul, 2 humans, 15 divine dragons. Just like that, Long Chen rushed into this place and met up with them. This moment was destined to be an extremely exciting and shocking moment. Seeing them, Long Chen had the urge to cry. 100 million years was really too long. They had been sealed here for such a long time, waiting for one person to come. Sorry to keep you waiting. Long Chen said this solemnly. He still had to state his identity. These were all people who were extremely important to the dragon sacrificial continent. In front of them, Long Chen first transformed into the primordial sacrificial dragon, then the void infinity dragon, then the mixed essence heavenly fate dragon, and finally the shadow dream dragon. Of the 10 great ancestor dragons, Long Chen could manifest 8. Among them, the void infinity dragon and the primordial blood spiritual dragon were obviously complete and had the origin dragon soul. He actually succeeded? Perhaps to them, Long Chen's appearance was so unbelievable. Their eyes were filled with tears as they looked at Long Chen, afraid to miss the slightest detail. For 100 million years, they had been waiting for an illusory existence. But today, he had actually succeeded. If it wasn't for the fact that Long Chen was right in front of them, they probably wouldn't even dare to dream that this was actually true. The inheritor of the ancestor dragon also inherited 8 kinds of inheritance blood essence. Even his voice was trembling a little. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.